Welcome, and thank you for joining the Market Surveillance Committee meeting. Before we begin, please ensure you have your chat panel open by clicking the chat icon located at the bottom right of your WebEx screen. If you require any technical assistance, please use the chat to message the event producer. All verbal questions will be taken during the Q&A portion. I will give you instructions on how to ask questions at that time. With that, I'll turn the call over to Dr. Benjamin Hobbs, Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Adrian. Hi, everybody. I'm Ben Hobbs, I chair the MSC, and looking forward to today's meeting on price formation and performance of the flexible ramp product. With me, I have the other two members of the MSC, Dr. Scott Harvey and Jim Bushnell. And from the ISO, I have, I believe I have a line, Danny Johnson, Becky Robinson, Shami Davis, James Friedrich, and later on, Quinn Zhao and Guillermo Bautista will be joining us for the flexible ramp product discussion. James will be leading the discussion on price formation with an emphasis on scarcity pricing. Is there anybody from the ISO that I've missed? I think I've got everybody. Yep. So at this point, as always, we'll take comments from the attendees. If any attendees have any questions or comments on any issues facing the ISO these days, would appreciate that at this time. If it's a comment on price formation or the flexible RAM product, if you can, let's hold those comments or discussion until we get to those items on the agenda. So Adrian, can you check to see whether there's anybody on the phone lines who would like to make a comment or ask a question on this at this time?
Sure. At this time, there are no hands raised.
Okay. Thanks very much. So James Friedrich, who is a lead policy developer in market policy development, the ISO, will lead a discussion on price formation enhancements. This is the first of what I anticipate will be several discussions that there'll be with the MSC as we work through a number of issues that are involved with price formation enhancements, including market power mitigation, fast start pricing, extended flexible ramp product, and perhaps other issues as well. But we'll focus on scarcity pricing today. So James, it's all yours.
Thanks so much, Ben. And as always, thanks for the opportunity to get to discuss these interesting issues with the Market Surveillance Committee. So let's start on the next slide, please. So first, I want to provide sort of what the purpose of today's discussion is as it relates to our discussion with you, the MSC members, and also the stakeholders participating as well. CAISO has been organizing stakeholder working groups on price formation since early August. And the idea behind these stakeholder working groups is to explore concepts, principles, and problem statements relative to different issues within scope of this initiative. And because of the nature of sort of where we're at in the process, we don't have anything concrete like a policy proposal to consider today with the MSC. But the purpose of today's discussion is to sort of dive into a little bit the conversations that have been taking place within the working groups over the first couple of sessions, focusing on scarcity pricing today, and try to tee up discussion between the MSC and the CAISO and stakeholders as well. So that's what we'll aim to do today. Let's go on the next slide. A brief overview of price formation generally for the audience before we get into more specifics. When we talk about price formation, we're talking about the process through which prices in our market are determined. Price formation being done correctly and accurately is critical for efficient market operations for a variety of reasons, a couple of which I've laid out on the screen. One that we want to sort of key in on today is the third sub-bullet about price formation supporting and promoting system reliability, which is sort of a key principle as it relates to our topic today of scarcity pricing. In getting prices to reflect system conditions should create and promote reliability under tight system conditions. So that's sort of what we're going to be talking about today. Let's move to the next slide. So as Ben teed up in the introduction, the Price Formation Enhancement Initiative has quite a broad swath of complex problems to solve, and scarcity pricing being one of them. And I just wanted to put this slide for context that under the umbrella of price formation, there are many things to talk about. And the intention of today's discussion is focused on scarcity pricing in particular. But as Ben alluded to, I'm sure that we'll have the opportunity in future MSC meetings to talk about just about all of these things. I wanted to share that we are phasing some of these topics in the schedule, because each of these, honestly could probably take up their own stakeholder initiative. And so, in recognition of staff and stakeholder bandwidth and other things that we're working on, we cannot possibly, as a stakeholder community, all talk about all 5 of these at once. And so we are staging them a little bit. So in the stakeholder working groups going on now, we're talking about scarcity pricing, of course. We're also talking about market power mitigation. And we're on the 12th, we have a workshop on Thursday. But then in 2 weeks from Thursday, we're actually going to start discussion on fast start pricing as well. So we'll have 3 topics then on the docket to be talking about, and extended FRP, and then these storage questions on multi-interval optimization will take place a little later in the process. Let's move to the next slide. Okay, so let's dig in a little bit to sort of preview the topics of which I'm going to tee up 3 of them for discussion today, all related to scarcity pricing. The first topic is what conditions should trigger the application of scarcity pricing. So the key word there is trigger, and I want to talk a little bit about the application of scarcity pricing and what exactly we intend that to mean. Of course, in tight system conditions, as you are moving up the supply stack to meet increasing amounts of demand, market prices will tend to naturally rise as you are starting to use more and more expensive generators to meet your demand and your reserve needs. And that's not exactly what scarcity pricing is. Scarcity pricing is actually when you have conditions where you have insufficient supply to meet a combination of energy and reserve demand, how markets administratively set or use administrative prices to reflect scarce conditions that's above just moving up the supply stack in tight system conditions. So we talk about triggering the application of scarcity pricing. We're talking about utilization of administrative pricing, and we'll talk a lot more about what exactly that means in the upcoming slides, but I just want to make that more clear for the audience. Topic number 2, we're going to talk, topic number 1 is discussing the trigger of when scarcity pricing should be applied. Topic number 2 is going to talk about the price, which is key to the principle that I mentioned in the earlier slide. To incentivize and promote system reliability, you need prices that reflect the system conditions you're in. and exactly what type of price signal is appropriate when scarcity pricing is triggered. So we'll talk about that second. And then finally, we have in our markets a number of sort of out-of-market, we'll call them out-of-market resources that are responding to emergency or tight conditions like demand response, and also some within market, at least in California, strategic reserve resources that respond and are activated within the market under certain tight system conditions. And there's been discussion in the working groups about how exactly, if anything, should be done in addition to our normal market procedures and price formation process to accommodate these types of emergency responding resources within price formation. So we'll tee that up as the final discussion topic. Any clarifications I can make before I start on topic one?
Good with me.
All right.
There are no hands raised, and there's no comments in the chat.
All right, let's move on to the next slide. So we're going to get into topic number one again, which is to think about when scarcity prices should be triggered within the market. So, just to tee up the subject, as I sort of mentioned, under normal system conditions, prices are set by, it's a generalization, of course, but prices are set by the intersections of supply and demand. And that gets into what I was saying about, prices rise naturally as demand grows because you're using more expensive resources. And one of the interesting things about this is that if you have a market with competitive conditions, these market prices sort of reveal or represent the marginal cost of production. So it's almost a signal to say how much does it cost to serve load at any given time in any given location. And that's, part of what proper price signals do, is they provide that sort of revealing of the cost to serve load. Now, under scarcity conditions, which are, I'm distinguishing them from normal operating conditions, scarcity conditions being when you don't have sufficient supply to meet your energy and reserve demand. How exactly should prices be set in cases where you don't exactly have, again, a generalization, but this sort of intersecting of supply and demand in which the price of electricity and the price of reserves can sort of be found in that way. And for this, markets use administrative prices, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in the upcoming slides. So let's move to the next slide. So there are a variety of ways in which scarcity prices can be sort of triggered and or effectuated. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about all of these today, but my presentation does sort of focus specifically on a few of them. The first one is through reserve shortage pricing. In many markets, utilize what they call operating reserve demand curves. This is essentially to say that if the market is unable to procure an additional unit of reserves that it's required to, then the prices will rise to some sort of administrative level as determined by this operating reserve demand curve. And on the next slide, I'll show some different varieties of what those operating reserve demand curves look like for various ISOs in North America. But it's certainly one way to effectuate scarcity pricing, where you're essentially doing it through a shortage or scarcity of reserves. And then when those reserves are co-optimized with energy in your market run, the price of reserves gets sort of transferred into the price of energy through an opportunity cost. So that's certainly one way that scarcity prices can be achieved. The second is through power balance constraint violations. And so We're going to talk a little bit about summer 2022 conditions in which we had market prices that reached the power balance constraint violation price, and how that's a little different than scarcity pricing as achieved through the first bullet. But essentially, if you have insufficient supply to meet your self-scheduled energy, either through your own load or through self-scheduled exports, you will trigger a power balance constraint violation, and prices will rise to the violation price, at least to that price. So that's another way where scarcity prices can be triggered and effectuated, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. Bullet number 3, there are specific events that may trigger the application of administrative pricing in some markets. And in some sense, we have this as well in our market, where if you're shedding load, you might have unique pricing circumstances under those conditions, or activation of demand response. For example, we have emergency demand response resources like RDRR in our market that are put into the market bid stack at really high prices, which is sort of, another way to effectuate scarcity pricing in tight system conditions. And finally, I'll mention FERC Order 831 conditions, which is the reason I wanted to bring that up is to discuss a little bit more about sort of bidding itself and bid caps. So all of the things above are sort of administrative prices when constraints are violated or requirements can't be met or certain conditions trigger. There's also discussion about, well, can resources bid sufficiently to represent their costs in tight system conditions? And FERC Order 831 in part sort of does that, where you're looking at resources that can bid up to a hard cap in the CAISO when certain conditions are met, like the import price or the hub prices are at a certain level, or cost verified bids can be shown. So that's another flavor sort of this topic of scarcity pricing, is exactly how much do you let resources bid to represent their cost and participate in the market.
Jim, before you go on, I thought I'd like to talk a little bit about the first and second bullets, and how the WEC is different from the East. But, in the East, most of the ISOs first have some reserves that are above their mandatory reserves, 30-minute reserves in most of the markets. So they have discretion to violate those, though, and they set prices for falling short of those 30-minute reserves, even though they're still above their mandatory reserve target, so that as outages occur, they attract more imports to replace it, or the software takes other actions to restore reserves. But there is a fundamental difference between the WEC and the Eastern ISOs, in that all of the Eastern ISOs will go below their NERC quote mandatory reserves. They're mandatory in terms of initiating an emergency, but unlike the WEC, they don't have to shed load to maintain those reserves. So you see a lot of these ORDCs and shortage pricing for reserves in the East that are when the reserve level goes below what would be allowed in WEC. And at WEC, you'd be potentially shedding load when you got into those situations, rather than just setting a high reserve price. The one exception and connection I see is that the one thing the CAISO has already done is the one action you can take in the WEC to avoid shedding load is to replace your non-spinning reserves with load that's armed for load shedding. So that is a form of, scarcity action that we don't have listed here, but the CAISO actually already has a price to reflect when we arm load. And one thing you could do is use that more flexibly, to have maybe multiple prices depending on how much load is armed to reflect pricing. And the power balance constraint violation is really just another penalty price, because it's just a matter of the fact that since we have in CAISO, we've blocked off the reserves from the dispatch. When we can't solve it, we have a penalty price. And that in the Eastern ISOs, since they violate their, they use their mandatory reserves, they just dispatch them and they have a penalty price. So it's not really different, but because if we didn't have that, some of the systems that ISOs like New York began with in 1999, they had penalty prices that the vendor set at $10,000. So when you hit the power balance violation, you got astronomical prices. So that's what, the CAISO system has learned from that. And we have a penalty price set for power balance violations too. So it's not really any different from, or not, it's conceptually not different from having a reserve penalty price, because that's what the power balance violation price is doing. So I just thought I'd provide that a little bit of context and linkage.
Yeah, that's great context, and a good note on in bullet number 3. I probably should have said specific events such as arming load and load shedding, because the CAISO does take those actions as you described in advance of the load shed, which are unique. So that's a good point. Ben or Jim, any follow-up thoughts or questions?
Not from me, Jim.
Not at the moment.
Okay, let's move to the next slide. So I want to sort of key in on the first bullet here, which I think is going to be the sort of the primary lens with which we're going to talk about scarcity pricing today, which is the sort of application of scarcity pricing through reserve shortages. And as I mentioned, reserve shortage pricing sort of effectuates scarcity pricing in the energy price through co-optimization and opportunity costs. So if you have reserve prices that are set at some administrative level that is conceivably much higher than the marginal cost of reserves at that moment, in order for a resource who's bidding for both energy and reserves to be sort of made whole or indifferent between the two products, the price of energy also has to rise to compensate them for this opportunity cost of not being asked to provide reserves when the reserve price is so high. So they have that. That's a nice feature where it's sort of a price coupling effect. We'll talk a little bit more about that.
Just to clarify that's right in terms of the prices have that effect of providing the incentives, but it's a little more direct in the trade-off. The software, if you have a penalty price for $1,000 for a reserve shortage, when you dispatch a resource for energy, the change in production costs is the energy cost of the resource plus an additional megawatt violation of the reserve requirement. So you don't need to calculate the opportunity cost. That's something that happens in setting reserve prices, but the energy price directly it's just the incremental cost, because you're violating the reserve target by an extra megawatt, and every reserve target you're violating. It could be that you're violating 4 reserve targets when you dispatch that incremental megawatt for reserves, and therefore, but each of those penalty prices would flow into the energy price.
Yep, that's absolutely right.
Sorry, Scott, just to follow up. So you mean because the reserves are cascading, that when we take one, we're basically taking from all 4 at the same time?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, there might be
depending on which one we take. Yeah.
Yeah, it all depends on the facts, but if you have a NICA reserves and an Easter reserves and a CINI reserves, if you dispatch another megawatt in New York City, you've reduced NICA reserves by 1 megawatt, East reserves by 1 megawatt, and CINI reserves by 1 megawatt. So you'll violate all of those demand curves by an additional megawatt.
And the price then is additive of all 3 of those penalties.
Right, that's the way the penalties are defined, to be additive, so that because you could have a situation where you're not violating all of them if it's just a transitory thing and you're in the process of converting reserves.
And I guess you'd want the market to take the one that doesn't violate all of them if you can. So
right.
Yep, thanks for that context.
An
So
example
in
of if because an example of what Jim just said would be if in New York there's a system-wide shortage of some reserve, you'd much rather take it in a zone where you've more than met the zonal requirement, so you're not violating that one too as a nested constraint, so you wouldn't get those both together as opposed to the situation Scott described where it was in New York City and it sounded like there were three that were nested, New York and then Eastern New York ISO and the whole system.
Yeah, there's Southeast New York, which is called SENY or Lower Hudson Valley, which includes Long Island and Manhattan. They have a reserve requirement and a penalty price. And then there's a penalty price for East, which is East to Central East, which is an IROL constraint. And then you've got the NICA, which is the whole control area.
Okay.
So for load in the West, you'd only be violating the NICA constraint, but for load in New York City, if you were short everywhere, you might be violating all three.
And as a result, the energy price would be that much higher by the penalties associated with the two zones
Right.
that were nested. Thanks.
Okay. So we have been presenting the sort of hypothesis to the working groups that CAISO's reserve, I'm going to call them, I was using reserve shortage pricing to be generally applicable, but I'm going to start using the term ancillary service shortage pricing from now on to be a little more specific to CAISO now. So CAISO's ancillary service shortage pricing may not be fully effective for a few reasons, and we're going to talk about a little bit about each of these, except for maybe the last one as much. But the CAISO market only procures or only triggers ancillary service shortage pricing during an actual shortage, which, you know, as Scott sort of alluded to, you know, many of the other ISOs have reserves that they can tap into in advance of the shortage, such that, you know, I think principally, if you're applying the scarcity price through an AS shortage when you're actually short, yes, you do want to do that, but in a sense, you're almost too late because you want to have prices rise, or at least, you know, that's what we're here to discuss. We think it's a benefit to have prices rise gradually as you approach the shortage condition rather than just trigger it when you're already short, because that gives market participants the time that they need to respond to the price signal to avoid the shortage in the first place. And so one of the things we want to explore is, are there ways with which we could better sort of lead into a shortage event than we're already doing to get that price signal to rise in advance and have market participants respond in advance of the actual shortage. Both sub-bullets 2 and 3 are sort of similar, so I'll bucket them together. CAISO market, we have some limitations in terms of energy and AS co-optimization in real time, in which we only procure incremental AS in real time. So just step back a little bit. We buy 100% of our anticipated reserve needs for all AS products in the day-ahead market. And in real time, we will only procure if incremental values are needed on top of that requirement. So what that means is that not all real-time market runs will you have sort of a co-optimized energy and AS price because you're not always co-optimizing them together. And number 3 is sort of similar in that in the case where we do have incremental reserve requirements, that's only facilitated in the 15-minute market. And in RTD, which is the 5-minute market, we don't procure incremental AS at all. So what that means is that if you're trying to effectuate scarcity prices through a reserve shortage or reserve pricing, penalty pricing, you're only able to do that in the FMM, and only in cases where you're buying an incremental amount. So you might have cases where your FMM prices are, you know, in part set by scarcity values through the reserve shortage, but then you get to RTD and the prices go back down. And that's not desirable. The fourth thing, which is not really a subject of our conversation today, because this is more of sort of our participant constraint than anything else, but the WEAM does not procure AS outside of CAISO. And so if you're trying to facilitate scarcity pricing through reserves anywhere outside of CAISO in the real-time market, you have this as a barrier as well. So I'll pause there to see if there's any comments on these things.
I think going back to Scott's earlier point, maybe the biggest issue is just that if you're not going to use your reserves to meet energy, except in a contingency, then the link between dwindling reserves and higher probability of scarcity is much fuzzier or more blunt. So I think that the general principle of having tying it to reserves is that as the reserves get thinner, the probability of scarcity gets higher. And so if you think of the price as being kind of an expectation of the cost of the value of lost load, or however you want to define that, then there's sort of a logical theoretical basis for probabilities getting higher, and therefore the cost of eating into those reserves should rise as well. But if you're not going to use your reserves to prevent shedding load, then the logic, I think, is very different. But it does seem like your last bullet is kind of like a pretty important one too. Like if we are talking about trying to design a market that'd be robust beyond CAISO, and if reserves aren't going to be part of that market, then I think there has to be something else.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Jim said, it's a situation where the CAISO operators are in a position where basically there's no mechanism other than FRU that provides any unloaded capacity to cushion against even a small loss of generation. So anytime, if they did nothing and sat there saying, oh, it's fine, I got 2 megawatts of reserves, I'm cool, dude, then you lose a 50 megawatt unit and you're in a state of emergency. And that's why, other ISOs have 30-minute reserves so that the software sees that and will incur some amount of cost to restore them so that they're not on the knife edge all the time of if any little disturbance happens, we might be thrown into an emergency. But you might say that's what the CAISO operators are addressing in the back door with load conformance, not just providing flexible ramp, but they're also providing themselves with the equivalent of 30-minute reserve, so that if we actually have a loss of a 200 megawatt unit, we actually don't immediately enter into a emergency because we've goosed up the load forecast. RPTD saw that and has got more units on the system, so we don't, we got more than 12 megawatts available. So maybe that's part of the whole load conformance puzzle too. And it used to be across a lot of these ISOs when they had lacks of thermal units, there was a lot of latent reserves was the term. That just, you didn't have to do anything. There was a lot of unloaded capacity sitting around there most of the day. But they started increasing their reserve requirement, their 30-minute reserve requirements at the East, because that's no longer the case. They see more and more that if they don't have it, it isn't there. If they don't schedule those reserves, there's not going to be anything.
Anything to add?
James, I have a quick question. So if day ahead, there's a shortage of reserves and we're in penalty price territory, then in real time, you could definitely procure the incremental reserves if they're available to meet the requirement, right?
Yep.
Okay. So there are a couple big differences between here and the East, and one is the focus on procurement day ahead, and the lack of value of reserves in excess of NERC requirements. So there's not a tail to an ORDC. Either day ahead, and of course not in real time either. So just summarizing, I think I'm just summarizing what you said in those first 3 bullets.
Yeah, that sounds fair.
Okay, let's see. Adrian, can you check to see if there's anybody listening in who would like to make a comment or ask a question at this point?
Sure. At this time, there are no hands raised on WebEx or the phone-only line.
Okay, definitely invite comments and questions if you have any. You can, of course, ask them later as well as now. Okay, James, I guess we can continue.
Okay, next slide, please. So the benefit of using this chart is that Ben co-wrote this paper. So if you have any questions, I don't have to answer them. You can just ask them to Ben. But what this exercise is attempting to do is to sort of, different ISOs have different reserve requirements. And of course, when you're looking at the horizontal axis of this chart, the authors of this paper tried to use different methods to try to make the quantities to be comparable, so you can assess different ORDCs across ISOs and compare them. And then, of course, the vertical axis is the price of reserves when there's a certain amount of available reserves. So there's a couple interesting things I want to point out about this chart, and then let's talk about it. First of all, the California ISO's chart is in yellow. So if you're wanting to focus in on that, that's where you should look. It shows as sort of the bottommost chart, but I will add that when FERC Order 831 conditions trigger, that essentially takes many of the dollar values of the chart and adds them, or doubles them. So in that context, they might be a little more closer to the middle than they appear in this slide. The second thing I want to point out is that if you look at the x-axis at the number 3, available reserves of 3 gigawatts, you see on many of the ISO lines, there's a vertical line here. And so actually, if we can go to the next slide, please. I forgot I made this drawing. So what I want to talk about is that this number is intended to represent the level of NERC required minimum reserves. So let's talk about a few things here. One is that as was sort of previously mentioned, different ISOs have sort of more meat on them on the right side of the red dashed line than the CAISO has. It is hard to see in this figure, but we do have FRP represented here, and it's represented as sort of a linear curve from $247 down to 0. And so there is some sort of slack capacity that can provide this sense of a scarcity price when reserves are dwindling through FRP. And the other ISOs, I think MISO and SPP, who both have FRP-like products, also have FRP-like demand curves represented on this figure. But I think all of the other ISOs, except for SPP, have some sort of 30-minute reserve or equivalent to sort of give more meat on the bone on the right side of the chart. And so that's sort of one thing that one area of focus I want to have is that reflecting on what the CAISO has relative to other ISOs, is there potentially the need for, something that enables us to better reflect scarcity conditions as we approach the red line, like some of the other ISOs have. But even on the left-hand side, I still want to focus in also on the left-hand side, which is that even when there's an actual shortage, relative to the other ISOs, because of some bullets 2 and 3 on the previous slide, we're still concerned that even if you allowed for more right-hand side activity going on here, it's not addressing the full problem in our minds, which is that it's a combination of maybe we need more leading up to the scarcity event. And when we're in the scarcity event, we need our market process to actually, more robustly reflect or trigger when we're on the left-hand side and we're dipping into our NERC required reserves. So it's a combination of those two things that I think create in our minds sort of the full picture of the potential enhancements and improvements we're looking to make to our reserve shortage pricing. So I'll stop to see if the MSC or stakeholders have any questions or comments there.
I guess I just have a naive question about the requirement being a flat gigawatt number and not some kind of, with no consideration of the size of the system that you're
So thanks, Jim, for pointing this out. So this was for a hypothetical system whose NERC requirement happened to be 3 gigawatts. We tried to normalize it so you could compare them all on one page.
Okay.
And it's somehow appropriate. I'm calling in from Italy, by the way, and we have a bowl of spaghetti in front of us in terms of all these curves. But James, I think you did explain that nicely, where you point out that on the right, there's a clutch of curves, the Eastern ISOs, which have the 30-minute reserve that Scott has talked about previously in the middle. Then there are 3 ISOs, SPP, MISO, and California, who have the smaller tails between 3 and 4, which reflect their flexible ramp product. And then there's the outlier of Texas, but actually I understand that's going to be changing soon to the right. And James, it was good that you also pointed out that amidst all the spaghetti on the left, the ISO's line is the lowest, but in part under shortage conditions that would be doubled. So it would be above, for example, the green SPP line, but still below where prices can go in, for example, New England, or under severe conditions where they can go in MISO. So that's another thing to be talked about. So James, I wish we had talked to you before we had published this paper, because you really told the story well, I think, behind this this bowl of spaghetti.
Thank you. Yeah, and if I may, we're sort of hitting at 2 different things. The triggers, again, which I think about as sort of the right-hand side, left-hand side type of thing, but also, as Ben mentioned, the prices, which is the height. And all of those, I think, are sort of up for discussion here. On this slide, what I wanted to point out is a little bit about our hypothesis that thinking about to sub-bullets 2 and 3, which is that we have some limitations in our real-time market that don't co-optimize energy and reserves in all real-time market runs. And stepping back a little bit, I do want to provide some context to that. And there's a history that our operators, we have issues with real-time reserve deliverability generally. And we have a relatively congested system. And so operators, when we procure 100% of our AS requirements in day ahead, that provides our operators with the time that they need to evaluate the deliverability risks, if any, of the reserves that we procure going into real time. And the reason why we haven't gone towards a complete reoptimization of our reserves in real time is that operators worry, well, we just did all this work to identify if there are any undeliverable reserves, and then just more than an hour before the market runs, you've re-optimized them, and now they're in completely different locations. And since there's not a deliverability test of reserves in our real-time market software, you know, it just undoes potentially all the work that they've spent doing trying to ensure the reserves are deliverable. And so, you know, we've done some work in trying to explore the other ISOs, like why are other ISOs comfortable with this if we're not? And you know, I'm interested if MSC has more take on this, but in the conversations that we've had, some of it is like, well, we are concerned about reserve deliverability, but we don't see it as much of an issue as the CAISO might, or we have other ways of effectuating reserve deliverability like AS zones that might work a little better than CAISO's AS zones in terms of you know, finding, you know, not procuring too many reserves in undeliverable locations. There's some talk about MISO having some semblance of a deliverability test of reserves in their real-time market. I'm not sure how robust it is. I haven't talked to them about that, but just for some context, I mean, you know, that's sort of what the pushback is about. If it seems like an obvious thing, so well, why don't you just re-optimize your reserves? Those are the kinds of issues that we're dealing with. And before I pause, I want to get back to this chart because that was a little bit of an aside. What I wanted to show here, which is interesting, is that this chart is taken from the DMM 2022 annual report. And in fact, CAISO is required by FERC to report on a triannual basis its AS scarcity events. And what I want to point out here is that in September 2022, CAISO was in EA2 for 4 straight days. We were in EA3 for a few hours on one of those days, and yet we had precisely 0 AS scarcity events during those hours. And it makes me scratch my head a little bit. Now, one thing to note is that part of the recognized reason why there's a sort of a downward pattern here is that we have a lot more battery storage on our system. Battery storage, you know, are able to take on AS and reg requirements sort of more readily and flexibly. Of course, there are challenges, ongoing challenges with storage resources being able to meet their AS obligations, which is a totally separate subject. But it may be one reason to explain why you have less or fewer reserve shortages over time. But it does make you wonder, you know, if we had done full AS co-optimization in real time, are these numbers, especially in September, you know, when you really have the scarce events, are they similar or not? So it leaves us scratching our heads a little bit and wondering if there's if this is part of the justification of a problem existing. So I'll pause there for the MSC and stakeholders if there's any comments or questions.
Before we go to the stakeholders, I have a question. Didn't we arm load during some of those September events and use and release some of our non-spin to meet load? I thought we did that on a few of the days.
Yeah, my understanding is that we did, at least in the days that we were in EA3, and I think even in one of the days in an EA2, there was a signal to arm load that was quickly retracted. Mm-hmm. When Guillermo's not on the line right now, he would be the best one to share, but that's my understanding.
Well, how do you define scarcity here, I guess? So in a circumstance like Scott just described, is that not AS scarcity because you had enough to buy, you just used them? Or how should we think about that in terms of this chart?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So the way I understand it, that this chart gets populated anytime there's the market is sort of initiating penalty prices for an AS product in any of the AS regions. So it could be that there's, you know, we have an expanded region, AS region, and then we also have a north region and a south region embedded within it. And so if, for example, if you had a South region shortage of some AS product, and that includes reg down as well, the downward product, it would populate on this chart. And so I think it's only when scarcity values for the AS products are being triggered does this chart populate.
Yeah, so it's not exactly, well, yeah, I'm not sure actually, but I guess my higher level observation, and this comes from just talking to people outside of the electricity sector in general, is whenever you convey a circumstance where you're carrying reserves and shedding load, or carrying reserves and risking shedding load, but let's just take as the extreme. You're carrying reserves and shedding load at the same time. Generally the reaction is, what are you carrying reserves for if you're already shedding load? And there is a justification of that because you're carrying reserves to prevent the entire grid from going down rather than just, having to shed a couple hundred megawatts or something. But I don't know if we've ever really thought through whether we need all the AS to do that, or how we kind of reconcile these dual missions of sort of we're carrying reserves to try to minimize, in a sense, the risk of shedding load in some ways, but we're also, the primary purpose is to prevent like cascading grid failures, which clearly is a justification for holding reserves out. But we don't really have a way of, through penalty factors or anything, of trying to balance those two, I think, purposes for reserves. And I think we just sort of instead just don't use the reserves. It's interesting that, I guess the Eastern ISOs through the process Scott described is sort of does that more, but they also sort of price the reserves as they're depleting them, which I guess this chart kind of illustrates, well, we depleted the reserves a bit, but we still didn't consider them scarce because we didn't try to price and replace them in real time, I guess. So that's a couple high-level observations. I think what we see here is kind of capturing a little bit of that dichotomy of, oh, well, why did we have enough reserves, but in a sense we were actually diverting resources from serving load to maintaining the reserves by charging batteries and things like that. So we prioritized, maintaining our reserves, which at some level needs to be done, but is it at this level?
Yeah, I should know the answer, but I don't. And if we'll follow up with Guillermo or George about this, but I don't know precisely the market mechanism when they're using armed load to help meet the non-spin requirement, what exactly the market software is doing in that case, and if it's triggering a non-spin shortage in that case, or if it's saying, well, I've got armed load to meet my non-spin requirement now, and I don't have a penalty value now associated with it. That'd be an interesting question.
I think they
I also want to add that.
And then they release it to the dispatch. So they're only releasing the amount that they've got armed load to cover. So they're never violating their WEC requirement. Is the way I thought it worked. Yeah, it'd be interesting to understand even what these reds in the earlier years reflect to make sure we got all this consistent in how we're counting, shortages of non-spin, or whether it's just different conventions in our system over time.
Yeah, and to be clear, some of these AS shortage events are triggered not under conditions in which you would think we're in a scarce event. Like, for example, you could have a resource outage on a large resource that's carrying a bunch of AS, go on outage in real time, and all of a sudden you're not able to, recoup your reserves in time. But that could happen, so, and different things like that, where you could maybe have AS scarcity events triggered, not necessarily corresponding perfectly with, the tightest system conditions of the year.
Right. I mean, if the operators know they've got extra 10-minute spin on the system, 10-minute reserves on the system, maybe it isn't reflected in the software, but the operators know it's not a problem, but they don't schedule. You know, back before a lot of these Eastern ISOs had a reoptimization, they used to have a reserve calculator that was different from their reserve schedules, because it would look at all the unloaded capacity on the system, whether or not it had a reserve schedule. And that's what they base, emergencies declarations on. So it'd be good to understand the CAISO's data a little bit more so we understand what we're talking about here.
Okay, Adrian, can you check to see if any comments or questions on the line?
Yes, at this time, there are no hands raised on the WebEx or the phone lines, and there are no comments in the chat.
Okay, thank you. Okay, James, back to you.
All right, let's go to our next slide. Okay, so that was a good discussion about the triggers of scarcity pricing. Now let's transition a little bit more towards the prices themselves. So generally speaking, during periods when supply is insufficient to meet demand, prices rise to reflect now the value of electricity. And so that sort of, I want to distinguish that word value from an earlier slide that talked about normal system conditions, prices reflecting or revealing the cost to serve load, because now you've sort of shifted the equilibrium price to something that's set by the marginal supplier. And now you're thinking about you have a scarce good in which you have insufficient amount to satisfy all the market participants that demand something from the market. And now, in a sense, you are creating this hierarchy of demand where, I'm going to sell demand out to the highest bidders. In a sense, that's not perfectly perfect analogy, but in summary, what I'm trying to say is that we're now looking away from sort of looking at marginal cost as in terms of what's setting the market price, and now looking at more of a demand function, having the demand side of the market set the price under these conditions and how that's set. So there's sort of this right now a little bit of a dichotomy in the working group process where you have some stakeholders and market participants who said, yes, the CAISO's pricing is insufficient right now to capture scarcity value properly and should look to incorporate some sort of value of lost load methodology to set, or sort of maybe you could think about it as anchoring the scarcity price too. And so the general concept of value of lost load is it's intended to represent sort of a consumer willingness to pay to avoid a load shedding event. And there are some, in practice or in theory, that makes some sense. In practice, there are some a few limitations to measuring value of lost load that we can talk about. But that's certainly one part of the discussion. Second part of the discussion is to say, well, wait a minute. Why are we talking about prices as a means to facilitate getting ourselves out of scarce conditions? We should be looking at quantities and i.e. resource adequacy or some supply-like mechanism, like that sort of mechanism, planning mechanism, to say that's how we should be focusing our attention on facilitating and getting ourselves out of scarcity conditions. And while it's true that all else equal, if you have more resource adequacy on the system, you're going to have more, all else equal, you're going to have fewer scarcity events. That's true. But at the same time, when you're in the scarce events, the market still has to know the prices to set. You still have to be prepared for those situations. So it's not a perfect, it's not perfect in that sense, but also, staff have sort of this feeling that in some ways, scarcity pricing and resource adequacy are actually complementary to each other and not substitutes for one another. In that, yes, a combination of both approaches is sort of the way to go here. So I wanted to tee up these things for the MSC and allow you to comment, and if there's any stakeholder comment or questions, we'll do that too. So I'll pause there.
Thanks, James. In the first bullet, I'm sure you mean the prices should rise and perhaps gently so reflect the value of electricity based on some sort of assessment of the likelihood of interruption of load. For example, what's done with the flexible ramp product. Jim or Scott, any comments?
So yeah, I guess there's a few ways to unpack this. I think one is that I do believe as we bring in all these alternative resources and have more integration of demand, at least through reserve products, that the boundary between sort of what we think of as scarcity being a long run concept and marginal cost that we think of as being a short run concept, I think that boundary's greatly blurred. And so in my mind, the kind of, in the old days, we always sort of said, well, you never want to set a price cap below the marginal cost of some resource that you want deployed. Because then you're just chasing it out of the market in the short run. And then there were just fights over whether they were allowed to earn a sufficient margin above their marginal cost to sort of meet whatever long run goals people were fighting over. And I think that is kind of a first line of, yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to price cap below marginal cost. And I do think now marginal cost becomes this very fuzzy idea because we have storage with opportunity cost ideas in it. And more explicitly, the value of lost load is sort of wrapped up in that. If we're going to be using demand response, then we're already kind of bringing in some idea of vol as we're deploying that, setting aside all of the design issues and implementation issues associated with DR. This is all to say, in my mind, I think we've gotten to a world where this principle of never set a price cap below marginal cost, that those potential marginal costs have gotten a lot higher than they used to be with these alternative resources. And I mean, we're living with a world of, $20 gas is not unthinkable, and so forth, at least in short run bursts as well. So that's one point, that I think higher scarcity levels are justified just on the short run operating considerations. And then I think a second, I guess there's two other points. This idea of, well, we're already doing it through resource adequacy. I think that depends on how one approaches resource adequacy. I think in the ideal, you would have the ability for scarcity prices to reach very high levels, and resource adequacy is, in a sense, providing you the hedge either physically or financially against those very high levels of scarcity. So in a sense, the high scarcity prices are for the folks who don't have the RA or have inadequately met their RA. And the higher scarcity prices shouldn't affect those who have adequately met their RA if the RA was designed correctly and so forth. So I don't know if those are necessarily in tension with each other. There's another sort of discussion about market power here and whether the RA mechanism is, or other mechanisms are sufficient for dealing with that as well. But I guess I don't sort of see this kind of direct conflict between a scarcity price and RA the way I think it was maybe discussed 10, 15 years ago in the first generation of RA. Now, some RA instruments are kind of designed that way, but I do think ideally we should think about RA as kind of making us not exposed to those high scarcity prices if it works as intended. If it doesn't work as intended, then we're back to, well, what are we going to do? Black ourselves out or pay these higher prices because we really do have a willingness to pay for that. And then I guess the third point had to do with just the reality that CAISO exists in a broader market, and it seems pretty clear since August 2020 that there are customers, or at least BAs, that are willing to pay more than our price caps to get power, and you know, unless we have an RA that's procured and prevents that from going, which we kind of constantly try to work towards, there's always going to be pressure to take electricity in that direction instead of to us, when they have a higher price than we do. And then we have to get back to, well, are we really, you know, if we're pricing our scarcity below what we really are willing to pay, if it really came down to it, to prevent load shedding, then, you know, ultimately you have to either, you know, credibly commit to, no, we're not going to pay that much and we're willing to black people out, or you have to recognize that, yeah, your willingness to pay actually is higher than this level you wanted to set it at. So that's 3 points in a very unorganized way, but
No, I thought that was pretty organized, Jim. Thanks. Scott, would you like to add to that? I know that that first point of Jim's is one that you made very strongly about the events of August 2020 in terms of misallocation of storage when prices are high in the afternoon and they're high in the evening, but one period has a much higher probability of curtailing load than others.
Yeah, I agree with what Jim was saying. I think RA complements real-time pricing, but if the RA system works and we have lots of capacity, we never get into the shortage. So the shortage pricing is when we got a problem. And, you know, we can't plan out at real time. It's, we got to deal with it. And if we have multiple local regulatory authorities like, you know, SPP and MISO have this situation where everybody's supposed to have a plan, an RA plan, but you don't want a situation where we're arming load and potentially risking shedding because a particular entity didn't buy good RA and the price is low. We don't, you know, the people that put us in the situation of arming load should pay a high price so that they buy better RA. I think that that logic is reasonable.
Thanks, Scott. Adrian, let's go to the phone, see if there are any comments or questions. I'm hoping that there might be somebody, for example, willing to address the last point, and if they don't agree with what they've heard so far.
Okay, we have one question in the phone line.
Terrific.
Caller, your line is unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Yeah, James, I have a quick comment on the second bullet point and appreciate your and MSC's opinions. So when people say that the price signal should incorporate the value of loss of load, I feel like there is a small discrepancy and gap between here and what you listed in the very first slides, because just as MSC said, there is a buffer between when we lost load and we have other resources like reserves. For example, like in the EA events that we had in July, we actually will have, you know, when we have the EA watch, we have ELRP and state strategic reliability reserve resources. And then even in the next stage, we have RDRR. So with all of these resources, we haven't got to the point of loss of load and to reflect those in the price. In other words, to reflect the events of this using those resources, it seems that the price signal should reflect the value of these resources instead of loss of load, and should reflect, you know, the actual cost of using those resources. So I wonder if the MSC can share some opinions on, you know, how can we integratedly reflect the cost of all the resources that we can use during a scarcity events before entering the loss of load, and how to bridge them well enough in a scarcity pricing mechanism.
Can I respond first, just to say it's a good question, and but the third topic I've teed up for discussion today sort of gets into exactly this question. And unless the MSC have a burning response, maybe we could revisit this question in the next slide.
Well, Jim, I understand the next slide point, but I think she's raised a good point, and I didn't catch the name of the speaker, but I think, you know, we really shouldn't be using the value of lost load when we still got other actions we can take. And I think of as we are more and more and more and more, you know, load, and we get closer and closer to the edge, then the price should rise higher. But it shouldn't just jump to the value of lost load out of the blue. And there's another intervening step, which a lot of other ISOs talk about, and I know New York ISO operations has talked about this a lot, of trying to reflect the cost of the actions the operators would take. Because when things get bad, the operators are going to do other things. And activating reliability demand response is one thing, but there may be other actions they take. And those have costs. And trying to take, you know, conceptually, it's not going to be perfect, but reflect the cost of the actions the operators would take as we get closer and closer to the edge, you know, is a valid way of providing a price signal for other people to provide resources so we don't have to take those expensive actions. Like if we're going to release the environmental constraints on a bunch of dirty generation, well, there's a cost to society of doing that. So maybe we should have a shortage price that makes it attractive for people to provide supply so that we don't have to, you know, burn the high emission generation to avoid getting closer to load shedding. So I think that's an intervening standard here of what are the costs of the actions the operators would take as we get closer to load shedding.
Yeah, I actually was just going to ask a clarifying question, but I think Scott answered it. What I was trying, when the point is made about should we be using the cost of the program or value of lost load, I just wanted to clarify which was higher, because I guess you could imagine that the cost of actually implementing a program might be higher than in which case there's an argument for going the other way. But if we assume that we're, you know, that because value of lost load is all over the place, and the first megawatt lost is lower than the last, and the 1 hour is less than 5 hours. But if we're imagining vol as being a pretty big number, then yeah, I think exactly what Scott's point was, it makes sense. And if we assume that the various demand response programs are cheaper than that, however you want to measure that, that's sort of a revealed preference by a customer. At the end of the day, there's some customer who's willing to, or maybe not. If you're not getting anything, then we definitely shouldn't pay a high price for it. But if we are getting some actual response, there's some customer who's revealed that their value of deferred load is actually lower than whatever administrative vol we came up with. And so it definitely makes sense to use that in some price setting way, you know, with all of the other caveats about how hard it is to get demand response to actually reflect something. Oh, and then just one other point about the environmental stuff that, not to throw if we think about it, increasingly when we actually start curtailing load, it's a bunch of Generac generators at people's houses that are going to be kicking in, burning propane and natural gas. And in one sense, that might actually lower the value of lost load in the sense that they're not really losing load. But on the other hand, you know, when you think about the environmental and other costs associated with it, we're rapidly entering this different world where there's going to be a lot of distributed backup in California.
Thanks. I think that was J.K. Wang from PG&E who had a comment, and thank you very much for that. And under the costs of the actions that operators take, we know the VOLL numbers, of course, very squishy because it depends on the warning and who the customer is and so forth. There are a lot of actions that operators can take, leaning on neighboring systems or going into the emergency rating territory of overloading lines or overloading generators for short periods of time. All these definitely have costs, and like VOLL, all the costs are very difficult to quantify in any sort of dollar terms. And what you can imagine actually happens when you're in emergency situations is that you're increasing the probability of actually having to curtail load. So there's a probability times VOLL. And at the same time, you're doing some of these other things that are also costly, but whose costs are sort of squishy. But we do know those costs are high, and I do think it's a good idea to try to quantify those. What the ISO is doing, and it's not just the California ISO, but others, to try to quantify the probability of load balance violations and in terms of a probability of being in a situation of being short of resources times some value of lost load. These are very, very approximate calculations, but I think it's a step in the right direction, and that's what's giving you the tail of some of those ORDCs. And these are a rough initial attempts, but I think they're going in the right direction, and definitely I encourage the ISO to try to quantify some of these costs, both VOLL and at times probability, and also the costs of other actions that Scott mentioned. But they won't ever be hard and fast numbers, that's for sure. They'll always be approximate, but they're ones we should pay attention to and talk about.
One other thought that this discussion triggered, there's also just a cost to entering into an emergency state and telling consumers they have to deal with the possibility that their load could get shed sometime in the next hour, because you don't know who's going to get shed. It changes all the actions people take, so they're long run risks. And also, Jim's comment about all the increase in backstop generation. Well, maybe that says we should have a higher reserve margin. We're having all these people incur all these high costs and high emission costs to backstop what we could back up with a clean combined cycle.
The backstop is coming in mostly because of the wildfire mitigation stuff.
Okay.
So it's not really reserve margin related.
So I think there are restrictions on what commercial customers, such as hospitals, can do in terms of using their emergency generators that are very restrictive. But on the residential level, the air quality based restrictions are much less, and those generators are also much dirtier. Let me ask if there are anybody else on the phone line who has a comment or question about these points that come under James' topic 2. What's the appropriate price signal? Adrian, if anybody else on the line?
Yes, we have Doug. Go ahead, Doug.
Hi, this is Doug Boccignone for the Bay Area Municipal Transmission Group. I think this discussion is really interesting. I think about the strategic reliability reserve is sort of similar to this, the backup generation that a bunch of people have procured. And I think it has implications for the determination of when to trigger the scarcity pricing, and not just what the value ought to be, because there's, in both of these instances, you have resources that people have procured that you don't want to use, but can be used and can be made available. And so it seems like it has implications for determining whether you actually are in a scarcity situation. In other words, like you might have thousands of megawatts procured by the state that the state doesn't really want to be dispatched, but if it's really needed to meet reliability requirements, they'll make it available. And likewise, customers may have procured thousands of megawatts for their own needs that in a pinch they'll turn on. And it seems like reflecting that in that first step, that it's actually there and can be used is an important thing. And then, of
Right. I don't
course,
think we're talking about activating reserve shortage pricing before we've used the resources like the strategic reserves. There might be some price threshold, but I don't think, we certainly wouldn't arm load before. I hope we wouldn't arm load before we use the strategic reserve.
that's good to know. I guess I'm thinking about but Jim's comment about all these other backup generators, because those are there too. And
Right, but if those people are only going to turn it on after we've shed load, I mean, there's a problem. Some people have that and some people don't, and we might not even be shedding those people. If it's the people out there where they're building it to protect themselves from wildfires, do we have a policy of shedding them first?
Well, I think what we really should be thinking about is there's a lot of solar with batteries now too, for both for and with NEM changes that might get more pronounced, but I think it ideally would be addressed through better retail pricing, where these people would either have some kind of critical peak incentive. But I think I could certainly imagine a world in which the retail electricity, or the wholesale electricity price, let alone the retail, rises above the marginal cost of using one of these distributed resources. And ideally, we would have sort of a market response then from that. And it doesn't seem like it should be too insurmountable to do that. The big difference between the strategic reserve and those types of resources is one is paid with taxpayer money, though, and that increases a lot of other sort of complicated questions about exactly what the role of public funds in a private market should and can be. And so if the strategic reserve is viewed as suppressing prices rather than as a reserve, then that opens up a bunch of different sort of sticky questions that private investment doesn't really. And I guess it's because my Generac, if I had one, is probably not big enough to move electricity prices, and unless the Generac company sort of becomes a market participant, they don't have the amount of potential market power that maybe the strategic reserve might have during a particular tight circumstances. And so while Scott's right that, I don't think we should be shedding load before we use it, I think there are a bunch of really sticky questions about exactly what the pricing outcome should be when those sets of publicly funded resources are deployed in what was kind of a market.
Thank you, Doug, for the comment. Adrian, do we have anybody else on the lines?
Not at this time.
Okay. This has been a good discussion on topic 2. I think the next slide, the last slide, is on your topic 3, James. So back to you.
And that's a perfect segue from our discussion. So let's move to the next and final slide. Overarching question about how should non-market demand response and strategic reserve resources be accounted for in price formation. So this is, it's not exactly scarcity pricing in the way that we've been describing it in the earlier slides, where yes, we're using these resources in tight system conditions, but their price response may not be triggered through the type of same, or at least the same type of administrative prices as the ones we just discussed. But overarching principle that we're trying to think about here is that when we activate these resources, we want them to complement the market's objectives, which in my mind, and I think has been alluded to, we want to make sure that prices reflect the short-term system conditions. And if we're in emergency situations where you're activating emergency resources, it's probably appropriate to also have emergency prices. And there's evidence all across the country about markets and ISOs, RTOs that have fought this problem about activation of last-ditch supply resources, and the effect can sometimes be downward pressure on the wholesale price, which is the wrong direction you want prices to be moving in those conditions. Now, the question now turns sort of more into a practical one, which is that should the California ISO be thinking about additional price measures to accommodate these types of emergency resources in our pricing? Some stakeholders have suggested in the working groups through comments that, maybe the ISO should consider almost like an administrative price floor. When you activate a certain, type of resource class, be it a strategic reserve or something else, maybe the CAISO market prices don't go any lower than a certain dollar value. And maybe that dollar value increments over time depending on the class of resource. So that's an example of something that could be done. That's not currently done, that the CAISO might want to think about. So I'll pause there to see if the MSC has any comments or questions, and if any of the audience members want to chime in as well.
Thanks, James. Yeah, I'd like to add something. So, of course, we saw this in August 2020, where some emergency demand response, if I remember correctly, was invoked and prices fell. In a way, this is another manifestation of what happens when resources are very lumpy. This actually ties into an entirely different, well, not entirely different topic, but the topic of price formation for fast start resources. When you have lumpy resources that can't set the price, that you'll be in a situation where there are resources in the market whose costs are actually, marginal costs are higher than the market price, or there may be prices out of the market whose costs are lower than the market price and should be in. On one hand, it could be that there's certain demand response programs are lumpy enough that they cause the wholesale price to fall below the bid cost of those demand resources, and that in a way doesn't feel right. But on the other hand, we don't want to set an artificially high price that might entice others to get into the market who really shouldn't be in the market, because in fact the value of what they provide to the market is less than their cost. But if we have a high administrative price, and so the issue of lumpiness of resources and how they can distort prices, and the problem of having to commit things and perhaps overshooting how much you need, I'm not convinced that the answer is always to make sure that there's a price floor at least equal to the large cost of that or the bid of that resource that you've taken. Let's see, Jim or Scott, anything that you want to add?
If Jim doesn't,
All right.
there are problems with these rules about activation of demand response to set price. And you got a couple of problems. First, that a lot of times the operators have a great deal of uncertainty, shall we say, about how much demand response they're going to get. So they call a lot, expecting that they'll hopefully get, at least a modest amount. And then sometimes they get a lot. So they got too much demand response, but that wasn't their intent. It's just that they had so much uncertainty. That's what they did. And the other thing a lot of times you've got with demand response is you can't turn it off. It's not dispatchable on a short-term basis. So once you call the demand response, you've got the demand response for some period of time, which leads to the problem Ben was talking about, that you've got an artificially high price and you're backing down very low-cost generation at the margin while you've got this high price being set, and you're creating this tension. And then the resources that are not on dispatch, of course, are getting paid the high price, and your dispatchable resources are getting back down and not getting the high price, and you're potentially attracting imports at a high price. So, some other ISOs have then, tried to address this by then rules of how big is the surplus relative to the amount of demand response we've called, and therefore have a check about whether demand response can set price or not. That it can't automatically set price when it's called, but if we need it, it can set price. But it's a very difficult situation once to get prices right. Once you start having these kind of long run demand response setting prices, and you can get more distortions in prices rather than less, unless you introduce a lot of complexity. A good way out of it is to have demand response for sources which are more reliable in what they provide, and you can have some degree of dispatchability, and you can turn them off without a long wait. So, but it's not easy, and I don't think we want to automatically have those resources setting prices for long periods of time.
Okay, more tunable, more flexible, and of course, if there was less uncertainty. Adrian, is there anybody in the phone lines?
No hands raised. Oh, no, we have one. Ryan just raised his hand. Go ahead, Ryan.
Great.
Department of Market Monitoring. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Yeah. So this is the last slide, right? Maybe I should have brought this up earlier. I wasn't sure if you were going to touch on this, but just something else. Another complication I think that should be thought about in terms of, especially when you would trigger scarcity pricing, but then also has to do with this too. Let's say in terms of prioritizing resource relative to some of these emergency resources is low priority exports, right? So we saw, during some of these events over the last few years, we actually saw CAISO arming load, right, to serve as reserves while still delivering low priority exports, which again, those are exports that don't have capacity contracts, right? For capacity inside the balancing area. So I think that's something that should be considered. Is it, and both in terms of when do you trigger scarcity pricing, but also what should the scarcity pricing be? Because curtailing a low priority export could, that could potentially put a neighboring balancing area right into a liability situation. So it's not an easy question, but there's probably some arguments to not trigger scarcity pricing while you're still serving low priority exports.
But if we're serving non-priority exports, Ryan, I would want to trigger scarcity pricing to make them pay. I mean, the better thing would be to cut the low priority exports. But if we're serving them an arming load, I certainly want to charge them an arm and a leg.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, just something to consider.
Yeah.
Thanks.
In case the audience can tell, that was Ryan Kurlinski of DMM. Thanks, Ryan. Anybody else on the phone lines, Adrian?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. So let me check, James, Scott, Jim, if there are any closing comments or anything else anybody would like to say about this agenda item?
Just in response to the last exchange, just got me thinking that, this is a distinction between an RA product that is 100% physical in nature, and one that might have some aspects of financial hedging in it, in the sense that I think the instinct that Ryan was sort of articulating is, hey, we bought this stuff, well, to the extent it's not through flow, I think that the legitimate reason to sort of cut those exports is, hey, it's RRA, we don't want it serving this load out there. But if it is being exported, it should be really expensive. But I guess if we bought it in advance, it shouldn't be expensive for us. But that's because we've got this sort of physical kind of design of RA that doesn't really have any energy deliverability, financial sort of elements associated with it. And so we bought it through RA, and the only way we can sort of take advantage of it is screw the prices. We're just going to not let it go. But then we don't want to have to pay the higher spot prices for it. And I just making that observation, I'm not sure what the right sort of reconciliation is, but I think there should be some way to. I think there should be a better way to try to close that circle.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
That's a good point, and maybe it's one aspect of this you haven't really talked about a lot, Jim. Of what are we trying to accomplish with our price formation? What actions are we trying to change? And one would be more imports, less exports. And, you know, if we think about the Western EIM, you know, they're regulated utilities, but I know regulated utilities and their regulators in the Midwest ISO flow through some of those prices to industrial customers. They're load zones that are set up not for the utility, but for a customer. And, you know, we don't know, maybe some of the Western EIM regulators and utilities would like to have a price that reflects the, you know, the situation to flow through, to accurately flex it, to flow through to their industrial customers. And they don't have to. I mean, it's total a matter of utility and, you know, state regulatory policy. And then for us, we've got to think about, as we get more and more wholesale networks on the system, we got to, you know, we're not really dispatching. We're dispatching them. We don't have total control of what they're doing. And we want to have a price signal for them, those networks, to operate. If they've got some behind the meter solar or wind and storage and maybe some load, you know, we may need in the future more of a price signal for them to do the right thing when times get tight, and not do the wrong thing because the price stays at $1,000, even though the situation is very different. And I think that's one aspect that maybe it'd be good for you to talk about in the process, about what are the goals we're trying to achieve, because it might have something to do with, you know, these other aspects of it. Whose behavior are we trying to change?
I see you have one hand raised.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
This is Steve Keene from Edison. I just want to get at something I think, Scott, you were alluding to, but I'd like to make a little more clear, and that is, when we talk about scarcity pricing, I think we're going to have to be careful between the CAISO and EIM and EDAM. Because as people were just discussing, within CAISO, we have RA, which provides some market power mitigation and should help keep prices down. But also within EIM, we're also co-optimizing the ancillary services, reserves and things, which is not being done in EIM or proposed, at least initially, in EDAM. So I think, to me, that that raises some interesting questions. I think this is, what you were alluding to, is how do we ensure that that the rules we're setting are functioning properly within the CAISO market, and then potentially also within the larger market that the CAISO is now operating in. And I'm not sure I understand all the implications of that, but I think that's something that we need to discuss and figure out. We have to be careful the rules we set in CAISO don't cause problems in EDAM or vice versa. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
That's important, Steve. We have to think about, you know, the CAISO and the broader region when we're doing all this. And it isn't going to work exactly the same way. We want to provide the flexibility for it to work everywhere.
Okay. Anybody else, Adrian, on the phone lines?
Nope, nobody's on the line at this time.
Okay. I am going to propose that we take a lunch break now, and that we reconvene and start the afternoon session early at 12:45. So take the scheduled hour and start it now. Before doing so, James, any last remarks? Anybody else, any last remarks?
Not for me, but thanks for the opportunity, and it was good discussion today.
Yes, it was, and thank you for preparing those materials, and looking forward to the many follow-up discussions I'm sure that we'll have with you, the other staff, and of course the stakeholders. Okay, Adrian, we're going to then break for an hour, and we're going to reconvene at 12:45 California time, if I've got that correctly. It's 8:45 here in Naples in the evening.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much, everybody. We'll see you in an hour.
Thank you.
Okay, Adrian, I think you can take
One.
This is Ben Hobbs, Chair of the Market Surveillance Committee, and I'd like to welcome everybody back to our meeting. And this afternoon, our agenda item is flexible ramping product refinements. And we have a very in-depth presentation being made by Doctors Quinn Zhao and Guillermo Bautista from Market Performance and Advanced Analytics. And Guillermo, I believe you're going to start it off and then hand it off over to Quinn.
That's correct, Ben.
Okay, well, thank you very much for preparing this. Looking forward to the discussion.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion with the Market Surveillance Committee. Just to give some background before we go into the matter of the discussion, you may recall we have come to the MSC a few times in the past to discuss the performance of the FRP, the flexible ramping product. We have a long history of discussions about the performance, the efficiency, the unintended results that we got over the years with the different implementation changes that we had. And effectively, starting this year in February 2023, we implemented the more recent formulation, that is the nodal procurement of flexible ramping product. Together with that, there were two pieces. The first one was a policy-driven discussion to move away from this system-wide procurement into the nodal procurement that we currently implemented. Together with that project, we also took advantage of the change, and we also enhanced the calculation of the flexible ramping requirements. That was not precisely a policy discussion or an outcome of the policy discussion. It was within the realm of the business practice manual. And these are the two main changes that make up what we call the enhancements for the FRP in the implementation of 2023. We have a couple of sessions in the past with the market participants through the Market Performance Forum meetings, where we have provided some updates of how the FRP is working. The presentation that we have prepared for today covers a few areas of the flexible ramping product, and these are the areas that we want to discuss. Some of those were put to the test during the July events, and we cover a little bit of that at the very end of the presentation. So with that, let's start into the discussion. Can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, what do we have for this implementation of February 2023? There are two main changes that we implemented. The first one is the calculation of the requirement. When we have to procure a given amount of flexibility into the real-time market, we have to determine how much we have to ask the system to procure. These requirements were historically based on what we call the histogram approach. And this approach is predicated on the estimation of the net load error. Net load, that is load minus wind minus solar. And we compare this error between the two markets, the 15-minute market towards the 5-minute market. That is what we call the uncertainty that we want to capture as we move from one market towards the next one, given the latency that exists between these two markets. And this calculation was quite straight, purely based on historical information. Taking some samples from the past, we estimated based on a percentile what level of change of requirement we wanted to enforce for the uncertainty. The main change that we have implemented now is that in addition to take into account the historical information, we also take into account the current prevailing operating conditions by means of the load, wind, and solar forecast. That is the main change. We continue to use the historical, but we want to determine the requirements based on the current conditions. If the wind is not blowing, well, the FRP should account for that condition in the system rather than just be completely in a vacuum of what happened in the last period of historical data points. That was, I would say, the main driver to make this switch from the histogram into this regression type of calculation. Together with that, we have significant changes to the market application. You may recall when we were discussing the previous formulation, there was a lot of negated capability because of the way how we account for the transfers between balancing areas that are part of the Western energy imbalance market. We have this net import capability, net export capability that effectively offset the requirements for each individual area, and you end up only enforcing the system-wide area requirements. That whole design is gone for the market application. We no longer have that. Instead, we have a formulation that is based on determining first what entities are able to pass the test, and when that happens, we gather all those entities into one single area. That is what we call the passing area. And the most important piece, that is the enforcement of transmission constraints. Similar to energy, now we enforce transmission constraints when determining the feasibility of a schedule for flexible ramping product. And when we're talking about FRP, we're talking about capacity. It's flexible capacity. In order to assess whether they are going to be feasible in terms of the transmission system, we have to make some considerations of how we assume that capacity is going to be utilized. That is what we call the deployment scenario. And we took a very simplistic approach. In this case, we are assuming that we are going to consider that the whole uncertainty realizes, therefore the whole FRP capacity is going to be deployed, is going to be converted to energy, and now we can really enforce these transmission constraints in terms of energy. And that is going to help us to ensure that the capacity is allocated, is awarded in the right places. They don't get stranded because of congestion as what we have seen in the past. The consequence of this is that now, in addition to the nodal procurement, we're going to have nodal prices, because now location matters and individual resources are going to potentially see different prices depending where they are located. I think I already see a question. Ben, I don't know how you want to manage the questions through the presentation.
If there's somebody on the line who has a question now, that would be perfectly fine to take that. And yes, I do see there's a hand up. Let me first check with Jim and Scott, excuse me, whether they have a comment first, and then we'll go to Alan.
No questions from Scott.
Yeah, nothing from me so far.
Okay, Alan, please introduce yourself and then your question.
Hi, Alan Meck, PG&E. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Guillermo, could I ask you to explain your bullet number 2 in a bit more depth? I'm not sure I'm understanding still. You're removing the credit from the uncertainty requirement in the market optimization.
Sure. Let me expand and let me clarify. This is history because that was the previous formulation, but let me tell you what we used to do before the implementation of the nodal procurement. In the old paradigm, we had a requirement imposed for every balancing area. California, Nevada, Arizona, you name it. It was a requirement by individual area. In addition to that, we have also one single EIM-wide area enforced that encompasses every single area. When we went into the market to determine how much we have to procure, we enforced these two constraints. However, by the time we have to go and enforce the constraint at the individual level, we did some type of power balance to determine effectively how much requirement we have to procure for each individual area. Let me put the case of the CAISO, for instance. If we have the CAISO that has a requirement of, let's say, 1,500 megawatts, one pre-processing that we did in the optimization was determining how much transfers, how much capacity we could actually rely on the transfers. If we have, let's say, 7,000 megawatts of transfer capability between the CAISO and all the balancing adjacent areas, we can safely assume that some of that capacity could flow from the different areas into the CAISO. So the CAISO didn't have to meet its own requirement because it could leverage on the transfer capabilities. Now, what we call the net import capacity or net export capacity was precisely that credit, to call it in that way, that you take the requirement that we estimated for uncertainty, 1,500 megawatts, and then you subtract how much capacity you can flow from the transfers to meet that requirement. In the case of the CAISO, we have way more capacity than the actual requirements in the range of thousands of megawatts. That formulation effectively rendered the requirement for the CAISO individual area to be zero, because effectively you can just bring as much transfers as you needed because you have these thousands of megawatts available. That was kind of optimistic because it didn't assess whether you indeed have FRP capacity on the other side of the transfers to be able to bring that capacity. That was a limitation on the formulation. And similarly, for what we call the credit, if that entity was exporting transfers out of the system for that interval, the credit indicated that, well, the market can recall that export transfer and realize now additional capacity to meet the uncertainty that is realizing. So when an entity had this export going out, that export amount was considered to be a credit because you could recall in the optimization and unwind that flow of the transfers to meet your own needs. That, again, is all based on the old formulation. That design no longer exists after we have implemented the nodal procurement, because now we go nodal, and there are some caveats that I'm going to elaborate later on the presentation. Does that address?
Yes, that's very helpful. Thank you for that explanation.
Okay. Next slide, please. Now, you're going to see a lot of metrics. We like the illustrations, and they are very good storytelling. There are many angles. You can see the performance of the FRP, and we are trying to portray these many angles so that you can see a whole picture on this. The first one has to do with how frequently, how meaningful the FRP requirements change by the time the entities have to be assessing for passing the flexible ramping test. There are 3 passes at 75 minutes in advance, 55 minutes in advance, and 45 minutes in advance. Each one is assessing that there is enough flexible capacity to pass and to meet the requirement of the test. And there are changes because inputs change. The forecast is going to be updated for load, for wind, for solar. So you would expect that incrementally or marginally, there will be changes in between each of the 3 passes, from 75 to 55 and from 55 to 40. Now, years back, in discussions with the partners in the West participating in the EIM market, there was a need to provide some certainty to entities to pass the test. If you are changing the inputs along the way in the different passes, you have a moving target. So because of that, one of the approaches we took in the implementation was to ensure that going from the 55 to the 40, the inputs remain fixed. They don't change, so that you know that whatever you were doing for the 55 is going to remain in place for the 40, and now you have a static target to be able to adjust your portfolio and be able to pass or to cure an infeasibility you were projecting before. There are changes from 75 to 55. So the question here is, how frequently, how meaningful are the changes in the calculation of the requirements when we go from the 75 to the 55? And the slide on the plots on the right-hand side going to the distribution of these deltas, going from the 75 to the 55. And you can see there are some normal distribution there, and the box that is pretty small because it's concentrated around 0 is basically telling us the 50% of the sample distributed that happens to be around 0. So yes, there are changes, updates with requirements being higher or lower, and they are way contained in the small range of 0 megawatts. There are some outliers, as indicated by the dot, that could, in some cases, be quite meaningful. But when you see in the total distribution, the majority of those are quite concentrated around the 0. So there are not significant changes with the calculation using this new approach when we move from the 75 to the 55. Next slide, please.
One more question.
Yeah.
So each of these months has 700 data points for each of the BAAs, or is this just one BAA being shown here?
Can we go back, please, to the previous slide? Operator, can we go back? Yeah, this is specific to the CAISO.
Okay.
Scott, I forgot to put the specific there, but it's for the CAISO. There are other metrics that we specify whether it's for the passing group or for the EIM wide area. This one is specific to the CAISO. Next slide, please. This is for both the downward and the upward direction. And similar to the previous slide, what this is showing you is the relative change. The previous one was megawatts, giving you the absolute magnitude of the change. This one is just the percentage. Relative to the current, to the previous requirement, how much the new requirement is going to change. And just to give you a sense, are we talking about 5% change in the requirements, 10% change of the requirement, or something else? And yes, there are some cases where there will be some large changes relative to the previous requirement, but again, in general, you can see that the tiny box around the 0 captures the majority of the distribution of the changes. Next slide, please. This is Scott widening the view. The previous one was only for the CAISO. This one is for every single balancing area participating in the EIM market. And this is basically the whole sample, but organized by balancing area. And every area is going to have different size of requirements. Obviously, they are larger in some cases than others. So just keep in mind that relative size for the areas. And the common thing here is that, yes, all of them are concentrated around the 0, so they are, relatively speaking, small variations that happen from the 75 to the 55.
So there are about 4,000 data points for, or 5,000 data points for each balancing area?
Yeah, this will be from February through August.
Yeah.
That will be the number of days times 96 intervals.
Right, right. So that, I think I calculate that's around 5,000, 7 months times 720 or so. Okay, so these, it's a very small number of these individual data points that are high. Okay.
Yeah. Next slide, please. One of the implications for which we are always looking into the requirements is because they do have a material impact on entities passing or failing the test. And passing or failing the test have implications for how they perform in the real-time market. And we have always kept a look at the percentage of the failures for the different entities. This is organized by balancing area as rows and month by columns. And we just include like the previous 2 months before we went live with the new calculation. Given these variations that we have of the requirements, how do we see the trend of the entities passing or failing the test? And this specifically is for the failure of the flexible ramping test. I would say potentially we have to have a way longer history to see if there is any seasonality trends here, because typically it's going to matter what time of the year we are dealing with. And in this case, just looking for the last 8 months or so, you can see that there seems to be a trend where the shoulder months happen to be more challenging. There may be a slightly higher level of failures for the different balancing areas. And I would say overall, the percentage is relatively small when you look at the whole month for all hours of the entity. The highest, I believe, is the Pacific Northwest, the PNM, that is at 5% or so. And this is for the upward direction. Can we move to the next one, please? And this will be for the downward direction. And similarly, you can see that the relative percentage of failures is small and varies by the time of the year. Next one, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, let me focus back a little bit on the CAISO area and start going into more specifics of the requirements. This is a different trend, and we have a longer history here to see potentially any trends, if applicable. And this is just a simple distribution for the month for the CAISO for the upward direction. This gives you the standard definition of the box plot, the 25, the 75 quantiles in the distribution are compressed in the box. The median is in the 50 percentile is in the middle, and the outliers that are beyond the 1.5 interquantile. And just to give you a sense of how the requirements are evolving over the time of the year, and once we have implemented the FRP. For the upward direction, you can see that there is no dramatic change in the distribution of the requirements. They tend to be around the same ballpark numbers. And actually, there is a very good explanation why that is the case. And that has to do with the fact that when we estimate the requirements, it's not just the raw requirements that we utilize. And we put some safety nets around the requirements to ensure they don't go crazy with the regression calculation that we have. The first one is that we bound those requirements, the ones that are calculated from the regression model, to be limited to the histogram-based values that we have. We have some caps that we develop for a longer period of time, and we impose those, but these are based on the histogram calculation. We also have another cap to ensure that they are bounded within the same mosaic. We just use a higher percentile. And for the downward side, we also have a lower bound. Basically, they cannot go negative because the regression may end up giving you some values that could go negative. So you have these bounds imposed on the raw calculation of the requirements. And because of that, you can see that they are going to continue to be contained within the typical ranges of requirements that we have seen. And as you can see, once we have implemented this starting on February, I would say basically in all months except March, you can see that we hit the zero value requirement. That means that cap, that lower bound of zero was effectively kicking in for those specific requirements. Next slide, please. And we have the same for the downward requirement. And here you can see that the distribution is still within typical ranges, nothing dramatic. We have some outliers that may be higher than what we used to have. We continue to see some zero values after the implementation because of the lower bound on the regression, but nothing completely dramatically different to what we used to have in the past. Next slide, please.
Guillermo, can I ask about if you can go back one slide. Yeah, so if we look at the upper and lower whiskers, there seem to be more values, or actually some values near at zero, and then some higher values. And I'm wondering, maybe for the zero values, do you find that if you look at those hours in which the zero values, very low values occur, were there more net load exceedances in terms of downward net load ramps that there were more violations where the downward FRP wasn't enough at those times, or did we tend to be getting those zeros when really no FRP down was needed at all?
Yeah, well, that's an interesting metric to track. Then I don't have a specific number now to share with you, but we are looking more holistically now into the performance. So I think that would be a very useful metric to have in the future.
Yeah, we're going to follow up. I mean, I'm still troubled by the fact that you've got all these caps and bounds and lower bounds and you're hitting them. To me, it means we've got a problem with the model. And it's probably due to the sample size. And I think it's 180 data points you're looking back, but then you're splitting it between weekends and weekdays. And the weekends is only like 52 data points, right?
Yes, it's a smaller sample.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the extent to which you're hitting these caps are needed on the weekends, and I've raised the question before of I don't understand why the sun is different on weekends and weekdays, or why the wind is different on weekends and weekdays, and why we need a different model. I mean, it seems like just asking for trouble. And since we're controlling for load, the load is different between weekends and weekdays, but we're controlling for it. So, you know, I'm concerned about the sample size, and things that artificially reduce it, I think, are troubling.
No, that's a very good point, Scott. I would say to your point on the separation between weekdays and weekends. Yeah, I can see the argument for the solar and wind production. I think the main point here is for the load, because the load is significantly different between weekdays and weekends.
Right, but you're controlling for the level of load, Guillermo. That's one of the variables. So the question is the variability of load different on weekends and weekdays? And you could test that statistically over a long period of time.
Yeah, Scott, just to understand your point here, can you expand more on what you mean by we control the load? Because this is
because the whole mosaic model is using the expected load as one of the control variables. And so, right. And we're using wind as the expected wind. The forecast wind is a control variable, and so we're controlling for the fact that it's a low wind day or a high solar day or high load day in the mosaic model itself. So we don't need to have another set of restrictions on the data to do that.
Okay, I see your point. Yeah, and regarding the sample, this has been a long debate. This is not a surprise, I would say, because we have been struggling with this in terms of the practicality, right? We know the formulation is there, and the make or break sometimes becomes to the data sample. When we were assessing the model, one of the points that we explicitly covered was how meaningful, how material the choice of the sample could be for the model. And I believe we assess like 3-4 different permutations of the model, right? You can have like the last 180 days. If you start going farther back in history, now you start getting into the complication that, well, the seasonality now matters because you are looking for July, summer months, looking based on something that may be related to the late winter time, right? So there is a trade-off there that you don't want to go too far in the past. Then
right, but you're already going back 180 days, Guillermo, so you've already got that problem.
Yeah, and it could be
that's my point. 5 years and look at summer months, and 5 years and look at winter months, and
yeah,
And then there is another challenge there, Scott, and I appreciate the comment. One of the challenges that we were concerned with is that over the years, it's a moving target, right? The level of solar and wind, well, mainly solar, has changed. So it's not a static value that we have for the last 5 years, and that introduced another level of movement here. The other exploration we did early in the days was that have a combination of last 80 days plus the forward 180 days of the previous years to try to balance out the variability. So I take your point that the sampling in some cases is critical to the robustness of the calculation rather than just the pure formulation. I think
Right.
that
I understand the point. It's hard,
amazing.
but I mean, I'm the fact that we've got these caps and so forth, and the extreme values suggest to me that it's still a problem. And
yes, point taken. Next slide, please. This is the same information, but organized by the time of the day, just to give you the hourly profile. When are we getting different requirements for the FRP? This is specific to the upward direction, and you can see that that seems to be some nice profile here. We tend to peak in the morning and in the afternoon, somehow following similar trend to what we have for the load. And interesting enough, sometimes the requirements are actually higher for the morning, towards the morning ramp than in the evening ramp. If we move to the next slide, that will be for the downward direction. And this is quite interesting as well, because in the downward direction, you do that nice duck curve, and it's actually the mirror or the complementary trend of the upward, because now you have the higher values in the middle of the day. And typically, that is expected, because that is when you have plenty of solar production, and if you have variability in that, that is what is going to drive the requirements. So it makes sense to see these trends. Next slide, please. Okay, let me go back now into the requirements, and then we can move into the actual procurement and utilization. As I indicated, we have moved from this historical-based approach that relies only on historical information, and now we are considering what the conditions are based on the forecast. The forecasts are the standard load, wind, solar forecast that we have on 15-minute basis. And that is the reason why we switched to use this regression methodology. The load, the wind, the solar forecast become the regressors for the calculation. One of the implications is that with the historical approach, the histogram, we collected all these samples on an hourly basis, and therefore the requirements were based on an hourly granularity, the same value for the whole 4 intervals of the hour. Now that we move into using the load, wind, and solar as regressors, which are based on 15-minute basis, the requirements are calculated on 15-minute basis. And there are different ways to do this. The current way we have set up this is that the regression model, the coefficients are set for every hour. They are the same across the hour, but the inputs, the forecast, are on 15-minute basis. So you end up having 15-minute requirements because of the inputs are on 15-minute basis. That alone is going to introduce more variability than what we used to have in the histogram. If we want to compare the histogram versus the quantile, just by the fact that we are using hourly versus 15-minute basis inputs, now it's going to create inherently more variability. That is not a surprise. It shouldn't be a surprise, because that was the intended design, to be more agile to capture the conditions, and you move to the frequency of the forecast that are based on 15-minute basis. So that increase of frequency of variability was expected.
So by variability, you mean variability within the hour? Just, I think we got to be precise about what you mean by variability.
Yes. Well, I would say intra-hour and inter-hour. The use of the 15-minute basis forecast is going to introduce now intra-hour variability. That is the new approach. The inter-hour continues to happen, right? But now I think there is another dimension we want to explore when we cover that piece. And I believe that is the next slide. Okay. So just to give you some sense, if we want to have a measurement of how much variable the requirements are when we compare the histogram versus the new calculation, this is a very simplistic way to do it, and it's not completely robust, because it's just taking one standard deviation.
This is just measuring what we call the coefficient of variation, right? It's no more than the standard deviation divided by the mean, just to account for the fact that they are going to have different means. And the higher the ratio, the more variability exists in the sample. And this is just a simple comparison between the two. And the ones in blue is the new calculation versus the histogram that is just based on historical information. And yeah, there will be cases in which there is a slightly higher variability for the new calculation. And I think by itself is not something negative or positive, it's just that captures different conditions that we're dealing with the different methodologies.
Well, yeah, I mean, conceptually, if the histogram is using almost the same data from hour to hour, it's not going to change that much. Whereas here, if we're actually adjusting it each day, it's going to be different based on the load forecast. It would vary more, but should be potentially be more accurate. I mean, just whether it varies isn't the issue, but whether it varies in the right direction, it seems to me.
Yes, I think you are going into the next slide, Scott. Yeah, let me expand on that. Can we move to the next slide, please? Just for completeness, this is the same metric across all 22 balancing areas that we have in the energy imbalance market. And if you look at the relative ratios across the different areas, you can see that some of them have inherently more variability than others. And in some cases, there are entities which now are facing way more variability than in the past, than using the histogram approach. And again, this has every single entity that we have in the participating in the market so far. Now, let me unpack a little bit more what does this really mean. Can we move to the next slide, please? So this is the CAISO area, again, only. And we are trying to assess the variability. And the variability here is very simple. Just calculate the delta, the change between two adjacent intervals. It really doesn't matter if you take current versus next or current versus previous. It's just the relative difference between two adjacent intervals. For convention here, we are using the current interval minus the previous interval value. So if a value is positive, that means the variation, the current interval has a higher requirement than the previous interval. And same distribution. This is per month, only for the CAISO. And you can see that there are positives and negatives, seem to be somehow distributed well. And the box that is basically not visible is because they are around the zero. So that alone is not that bad, just to see that, yes, there is variability, but it's contained in a closed range. This variability, as Scott was indicating, can be grouped in two sets. One is the inter-hour variability. That change of requirements from hour to hour could be in part because now we have different loads, wind and solar forecasts from the last interval of the current hour to the first interval of the next hour. Or because of the coefficient changes, right? The regression model has changed because now we are using a different model for the next hour. And there are ways how we can unpack how much of each one of those is. And I don't have those metrics here, but it's something that we are assessing. And the other one is just the intra-hour variability. Just by the fact that we are using 15-minute forecast as the inputs, that is going to change interval to interval within the hour. And that is going to be contained only because of the inputs, because the coefficients remain the same in the hour. So any change from interval 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4 are going to be fully based because of the load forecast or the wind and solar change, not because of the model that remains the same. Next slide, please. And this is just zooming in because when you look at the zeros, everything, when you see the whole set of outliers, everything looks like zero. This is when we just zoom in into the plus minus 100 megawatt range for the CAISO. It's the same, just zooming in. And now you can start to see some variation, right? When we look at, for cases any time after January, when we implemented, you can see that the distributions around zero continue to be small, but they are more visible, I would say, for this period. It's still way contained in the tight range of, I would say, plus minus 50 megawatts. And that starts to give us some hint to what to look next. Can we move to the next slide, please? This is the frequency of the changes organized by the magnitude of the change. And actually, the change is estimated as a relative change. We take the delta of the requirements between two intervals divided by the magnitude of the previous interval, just to give you a sense of the percentage relative to the previous interval. So, and these percentages of change are organized in different groups. So prior to February, you can see the group in yellow. That would be the majority of the sample. I would say over 80% of the samples are contained in this yellow. And they happen to be zero, right? Because prior to February, we didn't have any intra-hour changes. So most of the time, you're going to have already 75% of your sample is going to be already zero because there is no intra-hour changes. And then you have these outliers in the upper and lower end. Once we introduce the 15-minute, the new logic, you can see that this yellow section of zeros becomes something anywhere between minus and plus 25 megawatts. Sorry, minus 20 and 25% of changes. There is still some portion in the middle in yellow that are zero. So we have a better distributed sample of changes for the requirements. And again, that is expected because now every change intra-hour is going to be effectively non-zero. Next slide.
Guillermo, but as I said, I'm not so worried about the changes that are a result of different forecast information flowing in, but so that seems reasonable. But I guess the question is how, if we could isolate on the hour-to-hour changes, and if those are, large, reflecting instabilities in the estimated model, it'd be interesting to know.
Yeah, I hope to touch on that towards the end. I'm trying to build a story here, and I'm a few slides away from that point, Scott, but I will try to cover that.
Okay.
So this one, just for completeness, is the same metric of the sample of the distributions of changes for every single balancing area, and you can see that it's a very common trend, right? And it makes sense that we are organizing now the changes in that way just because of the structural changes in the calculation using 15-minute intervals. Next slide, please. Here is where I believe, Scott, you are trying to go. It's expected that we're going to see a significant frequency of changes to be concentrated around the zero or very small, and that's indeed the case. The concern becomes more for the data points that are reflected in the outliers. And here you have a comparison between two references. One is the histogram with no regression, and the quantile that is using the current methodology. And they tend to have a very well-defined duration curve, just from negative to positive. We will have outliers on each side of the equation that is good. The main key point here is the magnitude of the variability. When we compare the histogram versus the quantile, you can see on the left-hand side, for instance, this is for the CAISO area in the downward direction. The maximum in the month of August would have been around 410 megawatts. Now with the new methodology, that maximum change is about 1600 megawatts. So it's quite different magnitude of the changes that we see in the tails of the distribution. The majority of the samples are still way concentrated in a very tight range. And that holds true not only for the CAISO, but for many entities and for both upward and downward direction. The next slide has the same sample for one area in the Northwest. And you can see the same trend, right? We have the histogram contain for 100 megawatts or so of change, while the new methodology gets over 400 megawatts. And the upward direction seems to be more mellow, but still you have that pattern of more dramatic changes at the outliers. Next slide, please. I think this is where I want to bring the point to Scott's argument. So when we analyze these outliers, when they are happening, this color-coded duration curve basically answers that question. And the color code is effectively for each interval of the hour. Interval 1 refers to changes that happen from interval 4 of the previous hour to the interval 1 of the current hour. And then interval 2 is for changes from interval 1 to 2 and so on. When you see the colors, how they are distributed in the duration curve, what happens is that all the red dots happen to be the outliers, the tails of the distribution. So this is signaling that the most significant changes of requirements always happen when we change hours. And we can argue that, well, if you already measure the changes, the significance of the changes intra-hour from interval 2 to 3, 3 to 4, etc., we don't expect that the forecast changes are going to be more meaningful between hours because the forecast is on 15-minute basis. So this is really pointing to the fact that the model change from hour to hour is really driving these outliers, the tails of the distribution where you see the most significant changes. And this is consistent for the CAISO for both the downward and the upward direction, and also holds true for the rest of the EIM entities. So this is really pointing to the fact that it is the model change from hour to hour that creates the most dramatic changes of the requirements.
This is a great figure, Guillermo, but it relates back to the point about sample size. I mean, I'm concerned about the big changes in model from hour to hour are a result of the small sample size and a few data points going in and out and instabilities in the regression results. So we got a lot of noise in these models, and they're flopping around producing these extreme changes. And it'd be interesting to look at distribution of what's the change in the model parameters from hour to hour, and how much of this and day to day.
Yeah,
this is a great chart, but it makes me worry.
Yeah, and there is a lot of things that we have to investigate deeper, Scott, and we are doing that. And I can tell you there are some cases where some of the coefficients actually change direction, right? In one hour it's positive, in the next one is negative. So yeah, I think your point of the sample is a sensitive one that we know and we explore in the past that could have material implications for the robustness of the requirement calculation.
Yeah, I guess all of Scott's questions are sort of circling around this. I've been trying to think about how we can measure whether this is capturing the truth better than before. But the problem is this is all about uncertainty. So, there isn't a truth. But I do think that there maybe should be some correlation between the requirement showing some big swings and the actual net load showing some big swings, so that when the requirement is moving around a lot, that it's sort of capturing something in the underlying real market more accurately.
Right. Yeah, take all the big swings, Guillermo. Yeah. No, go ahead, Jim. Finish.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
You could take all the big swings and say, what was the swing in the, what was the change in the actual outcomes? And
right.
Is it the same, or is it different, or is it capturing something or not?
Yeah, and we have been doing that, Scott, and I think I have just a couple of illustrations to make that point.
Yeah, I think then the next couple of slides actually start to tell that story, and that's a comparison of actual net load swings with the requirements, and that this sort of comparison systematically done can say something about whether you're doing a better job, covering more of the net load changes that you might have missed before, and perhaps at the same time reducing the amount or cost of requirements. So the next couple of slides are quite interesting in this regard.
Well, then I teed you up nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Can we move to the next slide, please? And this is a sample. 2 days don't make a trend, but it's very good illustration to try to understand the dynamics when it comes to the requirements and how they relate to the realized uncertainty. For description, the light blue area stands for the range of the requirements. The upper level is going to be the upward, the lower level is going to stand for the downward requirement. So it's just the envelope of the requirement that we have. While the dark blue stands for the actual realized uncertainty for that day. So you would expect that based on the construct that we have for the flexible ramping requirements, we don't expect to cover every single instance of the uncertainty. We are relying on the 95% confidence interval. And this, I think there are many ways or many different points you can try to make sense of whether it's good or not that great. For instance, if you go with the first circle, right, that is in the middle of the day, hour ending 10, the change, and this actually is the largest requirement that we have for the KAISO variation on the previous plot. You can see that it's a change of basically 1600 megawatts. So in this case, the upward requirement changed from 1600 megawatts to basically 0 from 1 hour to the next. And when you look at or overlap that with the realized uncertainty, you could say, well, actually it did it very well because it reacted to where the actual uncertainty was going, right? So why do you have to procure 1600 megawatts in the subsequent hour when your actual uncertainty actually went negative? So this seems to be a very good job of adapting to what the uncertainty was going to be. So this seems to be like a very good story. Then you
the problem with this, Guillermo, is it doesn't separate the effect of variations in requirement due to the model changes and variations in requirement due to the change in the forecast. So if this is just right. Because, it might be that it went down, not because the model did it, but just because the model stayed the same and the wind forecast went from 1,000 megawatts to 0. So we knew we didn't have to need any upward. And, that's why I think we need to focus on where the model parameters are changing and in some way and look at this systematically over a lot of hours, because it's hard to, we got to determine when the change is driven by the part of the model that probably works well, the intra hour, and where the model is being held stable and we're just putting in different numbers for the output and when it's changing from hour to hour.
Yeah, no, if I take your point, basically what we have been trying to do is to break down between the model change versus the input change, right? Because that is really what determines we can isolate the movement because of the model change. And yes, in this case, actually I was surprised because the coefficients actually switch from positive to negative. And there is a lot of going on because when you look at the coefficients, some of them are pretty small. So they are very sensitive, I would say, to changes. Okay, so the second one.
Slide, Guillermo.
The second one is in the downward direction. And this is where you can start making different conclusions that could potentially be different to the first one, right? In this case, the downward requirement went from over 2,000 megawatts to 1,000 megawatts, and then came back to, 1,600 megawatts, and then went down to 0. And if you look at in comparison to the actual uncertainty, potentially you may draw a different conclusion to what you concluded in the previous example. The third circle is slightly different because in this case, the uncertainty was somewhere here in the dark red line, and the actual uncertainty was way higher than what we procured for. So this is a case where we couldn't cover for the uncertainty that was realizing given the levels of the requirement that we have. Next slide. It has a couple of other examples for a different balancing area. And this is a balancing area in the Northwest. And here you have an interesting case where the uncertainty was in the upward direction. It was greater than the requirement that we have to procure. And then in the downward direction, we were actually having a very dramatic change in the requirement. And here you have the same zigzag that comes down, goes up, comes down, even though the uncertainty is in the same, the realized uncertainty is in the same direction. And I think in one of the points here is that these are just illustrations, right? It's a matter of systematically coming with a quantification of the robustness of this calculation and how frequently that covers. The forecasting team, as you may recall in previous discussions, have come with not one, but 4 measurements to try to assess the efficacy of the requirements, whether you are covering the requirement, whether you are exceeding, whether the requirement is lower than the histogram. So I think this needs a very holistic assessment rather than just having one single metric to assess the benefits or the downsides in some cases of the new calculation. So this is very preliminary. There is a lot of assessment that we still have to do to boil down more into the points that Scott is elaborating. Next slide, please. Okay, now let me move into the space of the market, the real-time.
Are there any questions, Guillermo or Ben, since we're switching topics? Maybe we should ask if there's any market participants, stakeholder comments. I can't see.
Excellent idea. Thank you, Guillermo, for that data, and definitely looking forward to, as you just suggested, systematic evaluation of the performance relative to actual net load ramps, and also to see whether it's an appreciable improvement from the previous histogram-based method. Yes, I would like to see. I see Alan's queued up. So Adrian, could you give Alan a shot at asking a question, please?
Hi, Alan Mac, PG&E again. Going back to your slide 4, I'm just wondering, this is slightly off topic, but CAISO kept saying in the DAME discussions that the imbalance reserve product needs to be restricted to a resource's 15-minute ramp capability, and they claimed that sometimes that uncertainty can materialize in a very short time window. And if whoever is controlling the slide deck could go back to slide 4, I'm just wondering if the data that you're showing there seems to undermine that claim by CAISO, and if we really need to be artificially restricting the supply of imbalance reserve to CAISO expanded it to the 30-minute ramping capability of each resource.
Okay, can we go back to slide number, you said number 4, Alan?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So slide 4 and slide 5, I think, showed that there's very little change in your forecast across time as you start to get closer and closer to real time.
Okay, let me try to answer in the best way I can. I couldn't really capture the essence of the specific question, but let me give you my reaction on what I heard. You are right in that as we move closer and closer to the real time, we expect that the uncertainty is going to be lower, right? So we start moving away from the weather-based conditions more to the persistency conditions that if the wind was blowing 5 minutes ago, most likely it's going to continue to blow that way in the next 2-3 minutes. As we go from the real time to the day ahead, naturally the uncertainties are going to be larger. And we have seen that. For instance, there have been some days, I don't know, in one of the previous summers, 2020, 2021, where you have the load forecast missing the mark by a few thousand megawatts because there was a change of temperature of 10 plus degrees, right? That is bounded to happen, and it's because of the timing that we have and how the dynamics of the weather play out. So I don't expect that to ever happen so close in the real time because you are operating close to the persistency conditions. So inherently, the magnitude of the uncertainty expected from day ahead to real time versus uncertainty within the real time are going to be different, and the day ahead is going to be way more significant. And now, when we estimate the uncertainty for the imbalance reserve, we actually have to consider that we take into account the two different granularities. We are going to be comparing hourly schedules forecast from the day ahead towards 15-minute errors in the real-time market. That alone is going to create an imbalance, and that's precisely why we call this product imbalance reserve rather than a flexible ramping proc, right? Because by the nature of the granularity of the intervals, that alone gives you that imbalance in addition to the uncertainty inherent to the variable that you are projecting. So that is what I have to say. I'm not following the second part of your comment regarding limiting or doing something for the 15-minute basis. I'm sorry, I missed the morning discussion, so I don't have the reference.
Sure.
Yeah,
So,
Guillermo, Alan, I think you're confusing two things. This is the error between two runs for the same interval, whereas the other issue is whether the errors are correlated from interval to interval to interval so that we continue to need ramp over several intervals at once rather than just, all in one interval. So the rationale for going to the 30-minute ramp is that Ben did some analysis that the errors are correlated from interval to interval so that we need more in interval T, and interval T plus 1, we need it in T plus 2, not just whether our forecast for interval T, changes, how much it changes from over 15 minutes. So I think it's a little bit different question.
okay, that's fair. Thank you.
Okay. Can we move forward to slide number 25, operator? Okay. Now let's go into the operation of the market. We have this FRP applicable to the real-time market, and the genesis of the change that we implemented has to do with the congestion management. We want to ensure that when we clear for FRP, they are going to be feasible transmission-wise. And as a reference for energy, we have at least 3 types of flow-based constraints, which are base flow gates. Typically, they are reflecting simply thermal limitations, how much because of temperature a wire can carry for power. We also have contingency flow gates, which are for security conditions. These are the typical N-1. And then we have the nomograms, which are a type of security-based constraints, and they are defined in a more complex way than just a straight flow-based. It's a combination of elements that you may have. In addition to that, we also have the scheduling limits for interties, the transfer limits, and that is all for energy. When we assess that the FRP was getting stranded because of congestion, that was very specific to the CAISO, and what we typically observed was internal flow-based constraints, either base, contingency, or nomograms. And that was really how the whole discussion started to show up. And we have implemented a nodal model, but we took some baby steps, I would say. When we went live with the FRP model, there were some concerns about the performance and the computational effort. In the real time, we have to realize that we run 2 markets in parallel. One runs every 15 minutes, and that one deals with congestion management, going all the way from scratch of a power flow. So it's computationally heavy. Then we go into the 5-minute market, and that market doesn't run a brand new power flow, only uses the approximation of the linearized power flows from the 15-minute market where it's running and applicable for. So it's cheaper to run it. Still, you have to solve these linear equations of the transmission constraints in the model to be able to gain the solution. So when we went live, we started the FRP enforcement only for base flow gates. We didn't enforce contingencies, we didn't enforce nomograms, and indeed, just a couple of weeks ago, we started to enforce now the nomograms for only the flexible ramping product. Nomograms are always enforced for energy, but I'm talking specifically about the flexible ramping product. And the idea was that we wanted to see how it performed, assess the quality of the solution, ensure we don't have any issues, and then open the gates basically gradually to have all sets of constraints enforced for the flexible ramping product. Next slide, please. Just to give you the point of view of the computational concern, right? If we are going to have the nodal procurement, effectively, it means we are going to enforce more constraints, and more constraints mean more computational effort for the market to solve in a given quota of time. So you can see when we implemented in February 2023 the base flow gates, we added more constraints, and you can see a very clear increase in the computational time. These are seconds. So we're talking about 7 minutes or so of run for the 15-minute market. And there are many conditions that can impact that time. So it's not going to stay fixed at one given value, but it's going to be oscillating based on how complex the model is, the conditions of the system, and many other factors. And just recently, when we implemented the nomograms, you cannot see really a material change, right? And the nomograms are not that many. They are complex, but count-wise, there are not as many as flow gates. So at this point, we are still missing to include the contingencies, and that is something that we are going to continue to assess, whether we have the merits and the capabilities to enforce the contingencies. This is just from the point of view of ensuring that we can manage the complexity of the model. Next slide, please.
Guillermo, before you run, I have a question. Does the increase in solution time, is it driven just by the number of additional flow gate constraints you're modeling in the nodal pass, or is it the number that are binding?
And it's not only based on the number that is binding, Scott, because in some cases, well, in the power flow, we have to account for all the constraints, right?
Right.
And then those that are relatively close to bind, doesn't necessarily are binding, but they are
right. That's what I meant.
Binding.
Close to binding is fine. Yeah, right.
Yeah, they are still considered in the SCOC, in the market solution. So they are still enforced and considered in the model, even when they were not completely binding. It has to be a loading of 85%. Is what we call the critical set.
So it's the size of the critical set that matters. It wouldn't matter if we dropped out some irrelevant constraints and decided some never bind, so we dropped them out. That wouldn't help us. The solution time impact is the ones that are close to binding?
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide, please. And this is just to give you a sense, and this is going along Scott's point, because we want to get a sense of how material the congestion in the system is. And by the way, this is based only on energy. This gives you a relative sense of the congestion experienced in the real-time market. This is normalized. I take the highest cost in the real time, and I use that as the coefficient for every other month, just to normalize to the 1 per unit. And this is useful to give you a relative sense across the different 3 types of constraints: base flow gates, nomograms, and contingencies. And right now, the ones that we are not enforcing are the contingencies. And it happens to be the most meaningful congestion that we have seen in the system in the real time, at least for some time. And the ones we started to enforce for FRP in February are the dark blue. And you can see in February was a little bit, basically not much in March and so on. So as of now, we have the dark blue and the gray being enforced. We are missing the light blue. And you can see that potentially this could be the most significant impact that we may have in the real-time application, given the relative size of the congestion that we have related to the contingency constraints.
Right, and I see that the gray is pretty small on September 23, but it's a lot bigger in other months, so it could have a much bigger solution time impact.
Yeah. Next slide, please. This is pretty busy, but I wanted to give you a sense of how meaningful is congestion related to flexible ramping product in the real-time market. This lists all the constraints, and this is actually only for the upward direction, that have been binding for upward FRP in the CAISO area. These are basically flow-based constraints. And there are plenty. I think there are like 80 different constraints binding at some point on time. But in order to give you a good sense, you have to look at the frequency, how frequently they have been binding for the month. These percentages are basically the intervals in which they were binding for the whole month. The columns are organized by month. So you see, I don't know, a 3% number in one entry. It means it was binding in 3% of all the intervals of the month in the 15-minute market. And what you're going to see is that for the majority of the constraints, they have been binding very sporadically. There is no frequent congestion, except maybe one constraint that you can see on the left-hand side towards the lower part that is like binding 50%. The other interesting part that you can see from these constraints is that, generally speaking, they are relatively lower voltage, 115 most of the time. There may be a few ones that are 230, and in July you are able to find the metric. There may be a couple of constraints that are 230 or the ones related to the PAT 26. And that starts to give you some sense where the FRP is binding in the system. And again, it's pretty sporadic. At this point, it hasn't been that much. Next slide, please. And this is the same information, but for the downward direction. How frequently flow-based constraints for the CAISO area have been binding due to downward FRP. There are less constraints. There are like 50, 60 constraints. The frequency is not dramatically different, very low frequency of congestion on these constraints. And you can see, relatively speaking, concentrated in low voltage. There are some 70 kV. Many of those are 115 kV. That means that we are really dealing with local congestion. Next slide, please.
Guillermo, this has been. Getting ahead of your slides, you have some slides later that show some pretty dramatic shifts in the location and also the sources of FlexiRamp. So combining that with the information you're showing here, was that implying that that there are a lot of alternative optima, and that these constraints, although not binding often, are still making a pretty big difference in where and what type of FRU, I think, that we're getting, and perhaps the deliverability, even if the constraint, if not many of the constraints are binding. So I'm trying to square these slides with the later ones that show some pretty dramatic differences in what and where you get your FRU from.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, Ben, because I think the argument here is that at least on the set of constraints that we have been enforcing in the CAISO, and this again is specific to the CAISO, congestion hasn't been such a deciding factor because it's binding very sporadically, and it seems that they are relatively speaking local constraints. So the impact on those on the procurement of FRP may be limited in that sense. I think one piece that we didn't include here, but we are tracking is how frequently the transfers between balancing areas are limiting the FRP. And I think that's an interesting metric that we couldn't complete on time. So maybe next time we can put these two pieces together. But that is the main message. And again, it goes back to what constraints we are using. And right now we are using the base constraint that happens to be not the majority of the constraints that are driving congestion in the system. As you can see, contingencies are the ones that are really pushing the constraints. So we may still have cases, and we have seen that for the July events, in which FRP was procured based on the constraints that we enforced, and it happens that another type of constraint that we didn't enforce was indeed binding heavily, and therefore the FRP didn't have an opportunity to account for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Next slide, please.
And by the way, any attendees in the call, definitely welcome. Just raise your hand, and if you have a comment or question. We don't have any at the moment, though. So please continue, Guillermo.
Okay. And this one, just to complete the picture, this is all internal flow-based constraints for any balancing area that had any constraint binding. And the count is quite low. There are very few internal constraints binding, even for energy. I have to put that in context. Even for energy in the balancing areas, there are very few constraints binding, and therefore it's not that different for FRP. With that, let me move into the next topic. Next slide, please. Okay, I will pass it to Quinn now. Quinn, are you on mute? Okay.
Okay.
I'm coming up.
Okay, Quinn Zhao, who's a member of Guillermo's group and has been with the ISO for several years. Looking forward to your explanation in the next few slides.
Okay, thanks. So this one we're looking at the frequency or percentage of the time how many BAs are within the passing group. We have this term that we are procuring the FRP from the whole passing area after the nodal implementation. So this graph gives you the sense how many BAs are within the passing group, especially after February 1st. And you can see that most of the time, we have almost all the BAs in the passing group, and the lower bars showing how frequent a few BAs fail in that sense, and we will have passing group with 22 BAs, 20 BAs, 21 BAs in the lower bars. Next slide, please. This is the same information. This is for FRD. For most of the time, we still have all the BAs passing, and you will see some green and gray bars down there with 1 or 2 or 3 BAs that failed the test. Again, most of the time we have all of them passing. That will give me the total procurement within the WEIM will be similar to the graphs that were for the passing group level. For the next slide. Yeah, next slide, please. Guillermo has talked about the requirement, the considerations of transmission constraints, the test results. now we're shifting our focus to the solution aspect and how market procures the capacity. From here on, we'll begin to look at various aspects of procurement breakdowns and then discussing the pricing behaviors, and then finally delve into the what we call the utilization metric. So what you're looking at here is the trend of FRU procurements. We took a couple months before the nodal implementation starting the beginning of December 2022 until the end of August 2023. This is a daily average of the FRU procurement from the whole WEIM area. So that means after February 1st, we're including both passing and failing BAAs in this metric, because we wanted to keep it an apples to apples comparison. Before that, we don't have a passing group concept there. As I mentioned before, we have just a few BAs failing, so this shape will be similar for if we're looking at just the passing groups only. Yeah, so each vertical bar here is a daily average of procurement breakdown by regions. A note here is that this concept of region is for illustration purposes only. It's not an actual term in the market optimization. Just because we have so many BAs now in the WEIM area, if we plot them all, the colors are too close to recognize who's doing what. So we're just grouping them by regions. And these regional procurement is derived by summing up all the FRP procurement from the BAs within each region that is assigned.
I appreciate breaking out that way when so many CAISO diagrams are incomprehensible and they show all the balancing areas in similar colors.
Yeah, we ran out of colors really quickly with so many participants now. Yeah, so we have a vertical blue dash bar on February 1st on the plot. That is a marker when the nodal procurement was implemented. And there's a noticeable change before and after that vertical bar. So we see that still over time, the majority of procurement, FRU procurement, comes from Pacific Northwest region. And there's the one major difference is that the procurement from California is reduced from before February to after February, right? And California region here includes CAISO, LIDWP, Bank, and TID. And this known change is we used to have a minimum requirement constraint on CAISO that was before February 1st. And now with the nodal procurement, this minimum requirement is no longer there. So the procurement from California ISO is driven by the overall economics. And here you see the pattern change after February 1st. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is the same data. This data represents FRU procurement and is now presented as an hourly average by month. So for each month, we have an hourly average for each hour. And as you can see, again, FRU awards were predominantly sourced from the Pacific Northwest region throughout the day. And after February 1st, the peak hours were also supported by California region. Yes, this is the main takeaway. Next slide, please. Okay, so now we're looking at the FlexRAM down procurement daily trend from beginning of December 2022 to the end of August 2023. This is one bar for daily average, so it smooths out any fluctuations that we might be seeing if we go more granular data. There's a noticeable change before and after February, and now the downward FRP is mostly procured from Southwest regions and the California regions. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the same information, again in a different aggregation. We have hourly average FRD by month before and after the nodal design. So as you can see, before the widespread summer heat wave starts, that's in July. So for the month that we have modest demand, that's I assume February through June this year, we procure FRD from the Southwest throughout the day and from California, mostly in the midday hours. Next slide, please. Okay, that previous set was by region. Now this next few slides is the same information in a different aggregation. Again, we're looking at the resource breakdown of the procurement. So here we're looking at the FRU procurement by resource types. We have various types of technologies showing up on this chart. We try to make it colors, we try to make the colors different, color differences so that you can tell which technology is showing up on this chart. So after February 1st, again, the blue dashed line there, a vertical line there, the FRU procurement from storage resources, that is LESR type in pink, reduced and replaced by other resource types. That's the one big change there. And going to summer, the main resource types getting FRU awards are we call the generic NGR, generic non-generating resources. That's the GNRC type in orange, the second one.
What is that? What is that? I was curious. What is a generic resource?
It's one type of NGR that we defined from PowerX joined. This is an aggregated resource. They range from a negative to positive range. We don't have SOC control on that, like the batteries. They basically have a negative positive range, and
okay.
So is it a portfolio kind of concept then, or
mainly hydro?
Yeah, from BCHA, yes, it's a type, sort of a aggregation. Guillermo, do you know more about how they're defining these resources? I think we have some PowerX and BPA.
Yeah, it's an aggregated resource, so they aggregate different resources and they offer the whole portfolio range of operation. They can absorb or provide supply, and we optimize that as an aggregated resource rather than the individual components. And I believe for PowerX and the other entity, the resources behind are effectively hydro.
Yeah, I would think so. I'm just trying to think about how that works with like a flexibility test, because it seems like the idea behind the test is that you're looking for specific resources that can do stuff. And this is kind of a portfolio of multiple things that an aggregate should be able to do something. Is there still a sort of physical test first, or are these things just sort of counted like a generation unit for purposes of like the flexibility component of an RSC?
It's considered like another type of resource and goes through basically the same treatment across.
And I mean, is there some kind of reality check? I'm just trying to think about how different this is from just a financial sort of I mean, I believe they can do this, but it is sort of a bit of a divergence from the obsession with physical capabilities that we have largely drifted towards.
No, yeah, and just to clarify, this resource is not only for FRP. As you may recall, right now the FRP product in the real time is not biddable. So it's not that they are bidding with this resource specifically for FRP. They are participating for energy, and they come and follow instructions like any other resources. And we have assessed as part of the utilization that is described later in the presentation, how they move when the FRP has to be deployed. So yeah, I would say it's a regular resource from the point of view of the treatment that we have in the market.
Okay. Are you going to talk about why pink got so small?
That's a good point. So previously we saw the procurement from CAISO reduced after February, right? And
and that's where all the batteries are.
A lot of storage resources, yeah,
Yeah.
a lot of resources are from California. Okay, so any other questions on this slide before we move forward?
It's sort of interesting. Wasn't like a lot of the motivation behind certainly nodal FRP, but FRP reform in general, that there was a concern that we were getting too much of it from the Pacific Northwest and it wasn't really deliverable. And yet it seems like now that we're actually doing the test, we're getting more of it from, well, at least of those types of resources. So I'm not sure what that says about the previous concerns, but.
Yeah, I would add to that, Jim, that now we enforce the transfer constraint explicitly when assessing the FRP schedule. So it has to be feasible to the transfers. And that, together with other dynamics that have happened in the northern part of the EIM market, is really allowing for that many FRP capacities to get awarded over there. So there seems to be an increase on capacity.
Okay, we're good to move forward. Sounds good. So yeah, we were talking about FRU procurement after February. It comes from, a lot of it comes from generic NGRs, also water, hydro in light brown, and then storage resources in pink, and also gas in green. That's the main resource types there. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the same information, again, presented in hourly average and by month. So you can see the pink reduced after February again, and now the storage resources are supporting mostly the evening peak hours. And we get FRU from hydro from generic NGRs throughout the day. Next slide, please.
Right. So it looks like the Pacific Northwest is supplying hydro during the parts of the day where the CAISO isn't importing. The CAISO's got high solar production in the middle of the day, so that we don't have to put gas on to provide ramp when the system's not constrained. So, I mean, I think that's a good outcome, and we do see more of the storage and gas on at the evening hours when we're more likely to be import constrained. So maybe this makes sense. Also, the general this spring was pretty mild.
Yes, that's a good point. Yeah, now we're looking at daily average of FRD procurement by resource types. We see here the large procurement from renewables, solar, that's in yellow, and wind in gray. And we also get gas in green. So into the summer, we picked up FRD procurement from gas resources. Next slide, please.
It looks like there's just a lot less downward period.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's not as if solar is my eye is being fooled. I guess the large amount of solar after February is because it's the summer, not because
Yeah.
solar is somehow more advantaged by the changes. Okay.
Right. With this slide, slide number 40, we can see hours of the day, how each resource type plays out in this combination. So the solar shows up in the midday hours for all these months, and we get procurement from wind and gas throughout the day. So I think, yeah, there's a typo on the subject line. I think we copy pasted from the FRU slide to FRD slide. So the storage is not the focus here.
Right, it's really gas.
Yeah.
Gas is a big player in the summer.
Okay, so this is the end of the procurement topic. Before I move into the pricing topic, any questions? No? Okay, let's move forward. Next slide, please. Okay, from this slide and onward, we'll be looking at some pricing behaviors for FRP. This is the frequency of non-zero prices for FRU on the system or passing group level. So we're looking at the shuttle prices of the procurement constraint. Before February, it was the EIM system level procurement constraint. After February, it's the passing group procurement constraint. And this slide shows the frequency of non-zero intervals that we see from FMM for FRU. And each bar is broken down by the price buckets. So you will see a wide range of prices showing up here. But the main takeaway is that if you look at the y-axis, we still have a low percentage after nodal implementation of non-zero prices showing up in FMM.
This is the reference bus price, right, for the passing group?
Yeah, this is the group level pricing. So this is not the nodal prices eventually get settled. This is the group level price, yes.
Okay.
And we do see some negative prices within the procurement constraint, and this is resulted from the interplay with the other constraints from, for example, the deployment scenario constraints with congestions after February. Next slide, please. This is the frequency of intervals with non-zero FRU price in RTD. So we've been talking about FMM procurement because we have bigger procurement, bigger requirements in FMM markets, and RTD markets just have smaller volumes of procurement. Also, we see minimum price, non-zero prices showing up for RTD markets. The y-axis here is showing the percentage there. It's the frequency stays low in RTD. Next
If I
slide, please.
understand the color scheme, it looks like in April, all of the RTD prices were negative.
This is non-zero ones, so we will have a lot of zero prices for the passing group levels. And the percentage on the left, on the y-axis, is 0.1% or 0.15%.
Right.
So we have like a very low percentage of non-zero prices showing up in the market.
But they're negative,
yeah,
right? The orange means that they're negative, between minus 25 and minus 100.
Yes.
Okay.
That is right.
You know.
Can they be either sign? I thought the constraint was an inequality, and so they could only be one sign.
Yeah, they can be. I believe it is an equality constraint that we enforced. It can be both signs. See the pricing buckets, we have positive buckets and then negative buckets down in
I
the
don't
legend.
understand that comment. I mean, you know, it seems like the price is positive or negative. We wouldn't buy it at a negative price. So this must be that the reference price is negative and the actual price is zero, or maybe the actual price is positive.
So at the
That's right,
location,
Scott.
well, okay, go ahead again.
Yeah. Typically, when you see these negative prices, and we actually have an example, is because the marginal price in the end for the resource is positive, and given the effect of the congestion, the only way the system-wide price balance out the congestion is with a negative price. So in the end, the resulting price for the resource is still positive.
Right. So that makes me wonder if you know, we're really looking at the right prices, that the fact that we got these negative reference bus prices and positive, maybe we've got more actual positive prices at the places we're actually buying ramp than is shown here, and we're not buying ramp at the places where it's got a negative value. I know it's a problem because we got probably hundreds of places where we got FRU we're buying, but I worry about that we might be misleading ourselves by looking at the reference bus price.
And so the system, oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Quinn, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, again, these are the passing group level procurement prices, and this is one component of the nodal pricings. So at locations where we have FRU award or procurement, we have at locations where we have non-zero FRU procurement, we expect the prices to be non-negative.
Right.
So when we have a negative price on the passing group level showing up, it means there's a congestion or something else plays in a role there.
Right. But my point was, if these are just reference or distributed load reference bus prices and they're zero or negative, it doesn't really tell us whether the prices that are actually being paid for FRU are always zero. It might be it's just that the reference bus price is zero and it's positive somewhere else. Now, I don't have a good intuition for where the reference bus is for FRU, but
yeah, another metric we didn't include here is that we were looking at nodal prices. Probably we can include that in the future discussions. And if we look at the distributions of the nodal prices, we will see some more momentum there.
okay.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here's a discussion why the FRP clears at zero price. Again, this is on a passing group level. So first, we have plenty of supply for the group procurement constraint. We're meeting requirements from the passing group area now with a large pool of resource supply mix. So that's one of the benefits that we have a pool right now. And second is that, as Guillermo talked about, the nodal procurement does not have a full set of transmission constraints currently. As we gain experience with the new model, we will reevaluate how we want to proceed forward. And the third point is that there's no bid. So opportunity cost is the reference for FRP pricing. We're not, these prices are not from the bids. So when we have plenty of supply, we don't normally have non-zero prices. We don't need to back down energy to fulfill the requirement. We didn't need to relax the requirement constraint most of the time. The demand curve didn't kick in, so there's no opportunity cost most of the time, and we see zero price on the passing group level. And the last point, like Scott mentioned, this is one component of nodal prices. And if we see the nodal prices, we see some more momentum there. But still, like, opportunity cost needs to be there if we want to see non-zero prices.
A couple thoughts. So are you able to run either subsequently or in parallel the full set of transmission constraints just sort of as a parallel test. I imagine not while solving for the actual real prices, but I'm just wondering if there's a way to do this in a sandbox before you're applying it to market prices. And I guess a second question, has to do with, maybe this is what Scott was saying, that just if we looked at places where the nodal energy prices were really distinctly, where there was a large, congestion component to the LMPs, what should we expect for that on the FRP? Is there any intuition there, and is there something we could look at from that? I guess
We have a couple examples, a couple slides down.
Okay.
That will tell a story about that. And we do have the other constraints in the implementation. I think if we can do it parallel, yes. But if we are doing that, I'm not sure. We need like a dedicated system to run a parallel system, and I guess that's a discussion that we can bring back and talk about.
Yeah, it may not be worth the computational time and effort, but was just curious.
Yeah. Thanks. So next slide. Okay, so this is one of the examples where we have a zero FRU price. These two examples are taken from where we're using these examples from a previous MPPF presentation. So the data is from February this year, February 24th, Horizon 18, this is RTPD market. The passing group has all the BAs except for BPA. So almost all the BAs pass the test. So the passing group include all of them. And uncertainty requirement was 1,019 megawatt. The total resource awards met was, we procured from 18 units, and the total resource award add up to this 1,019 megawatt. So the requirement was met from the resource levels. There's no relaxation of the requirement constraint. Surplus variables didn't kick in, and demand curve didn't kick in. There's no resource experience and opportunity cost. And we have a zero price for FRU for all this nodal price, nodal level and the group level. This is how it plays out. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, Quinn. There is somebody's got their hand up. J.K. Wang from PGE. Is it okay if we have a question at this point?
Sure. Yeah.
J.K. Operator, could you allow J.K. to ask her question?
His audio dropped. I don't see him in the audio. His audio appears to have dropped.
Okay. There's a hand up.
Hold on.
Oh,
I think he's
Dick.
back. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Awesome. This is JK Wang from PGE. Hi, Quinn. I do have a question about that negative price of FRP. If you don't mind going back, I might apologize if you're ready to talk about this.
No worries. So go ahead.
So for if you want to go back to that slides with the negative price of FRP, that Scott was talking about, for the whole April, we had a negative price.
Okay, let's go back to slide 41, 42, or 41 or 42, I think.
Yes,
Yeah,
just want to clarify, this is for FRU, right? The prices.
Yes, this, right. Oh, there's a typo on the subject line. Yes, this is for FRU in RTD.
Okay, and I understand when you say this is the group level prices, so we don't consider the component of the transmission constraint yet, but still have trouble of understanding why we would have a negative price formed, because if not considering the different signs of the constraint of transmission constraint directions, what my impression is that you will always have the positive shadow price. So can you share some insights why we will have a negative price of the FRUs during those times?
Can we talk about the example I have? In that example, we have a negative group price, and you will be able to see the nodal price behaviors, and we can talk about the details there. It probably will answer the question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, can we go back to slide 45? Okay, yes. So this is one example from February this year. Again, February 24, 1835. This is FRP. This is FRU solutions. So we have a passing group requirement price of -100. So that's the minus price we talked about on the group level. And then the group total awards was 305 megawatt. And this total requirement is met by procurements from 7 resources. We have resource 1 through resource 7. And if you look at the nodal prices, so in the settlement, and what it really matters is the nodal prices, right? Where there is an FRU award, how we're settling, how much prices we're taking, right? And these are the nodal prices on the resource level. So you see on the nodal level, we have non-zero prices for all of the 7 resources. And in blue, resource 5 is the marginal that is the one we will see in the next slide, the breakdown and the details. Can we go to the next slide?
Just one question about this, Quinn, before you go on. You said the award is 305.5 megawatts. Do you know what the requirement was?
I believe it was only, I believe we didn't have violations there. Okay, I need to go back and check the exact numbers. I don't
If
remember.
you could just
on top
follow
of
up
my
with us
head.
later, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. So resource 5 is the example we're taking here. This is the marginal resource from the procurement constraint. It has a nodal price of $19.3. The pricing component comes from the first one, shadow price of the passing group minus 100. And you see there is a flow gate binding with $3,800 shadow price from the flow gate. And then for this resource, there's the shift factor of minus 0.031. That gives us a congestion component for FRU deployment scenario of minus $119.7. So if you calculate from the shadow price of the passing group minus 100 plus 119.7 gives us the 19.3 positive price on the nodal level. Now we're looking back to see what it means really for the passing group to have a negative price there. It really means that if we procure one more FRU, the system cost will drop by $100 there. And what it means is really for this marginal resource, the shift factor is negative, if you notice. If we procure one more megawatt from this resource, we will be able to relieve the congestion from this flow gate constraint, which in turn reduce the system cost. So this is benefiting, this gives us a benefit for the whole problem or for the system objective function.
Quinn, that doesn't sound right to me. This is Scott Harvey, because these are just constraints that are binding in the deployment scenario. having counterflow in the deployment scenario doesn't relieve constraints in the energy pass and allow more low-cost energy to be scheduled. Are you sure we haven't got a signed convention here with the shadow price? How is the reference bus defined for the passing group? Is this the distributed? You've got a set of locations at which we have to provide flexi. Well, we have targets, so we got. How is it weighted in terms of what is the distributed load reference bus for FRU? Is it based on the allocated locations or where it's procured or what?
We have the load aggregation factors. We were distributing from A node level down to the C node level. So for all the load locations, we have a factor into the aggregation point. So if to talk about this, how the cost plays out, it is a deployment scenario, yes, but it still impact the overall objective function, right? Because we are in these deployment scenarios, we're considering FRU to be fully realized.
Right, but it's FRU is realized
right.
in a deployment scenario, but it should not produce. That sounds like a serious bug if we're relaxing energy constraints by FRU that only gets deployed in the deployment scenario and isn't in the energy base case dispatch. That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, so this one is for the binding deployment scenario.
Yeah, but the shadow price for the deployment scenario should be from the deployment of the energy. It should not, the counterflow should have no value because it doesn't allow more energy to be dispatched in the base case.
This binding constraint is the deployment scenario. We are considering FRU and energy in the scenario.
And does that 3,800 constraint shadow price, I don't know, just sort of jumps out? Is that, is there some intuition there about why it's such a big number?
Some intuition there. Let's see.
This is the change in the objective function if you could relax that constraint, right? Or this is, is this the generic FRU constraint, or is this a specific?
I think it's a specific constraint, Jim.
Specific flow gate, right? It's the flow gate.
99254 Hines, whatever that is.
Right. Okay. So it's the relieving congestion on that flow gate.
A high shadow price can be a result of all the generators that relieve it have low shift factors on it.
Yeah.
So you don't have any good cheap ways to resolve it.
But then it gets back to sort of in this hour, if there aren't, I mean, I'm wondering what the shadow price is for on just the regular energy run here for that particular constraint. And I'm not sure. I don't know. I've always had my intuition on the deployment scenarios is still foggy, but it seems like they should be related at least. And hours in which there's a really high price on this constraint for the FRU, but it's definitely going to be more conservative.
I guess one possibility is that by dispatching this unit in a deployment scenario, we allow a whole bunch of other units to be dispatched in a deployment scenario. They're on the other side of the constraint that have even lower shift factors. That would be possible. But that
means, yeah, I mean, ultimately these are guys who then don't have to. That means it's relieving somebody's or opening up somebody's ability to provide energy and not have to be held back for flexi ramp, right? That's
No,
ultimately.
it'd be allowed them to provide, allowed to provide energy in the flexi ramp dispatch. So they would, it'd be good. What we need to do is let me see. Is this these are the only, but all of the units here. I mean, this goes back to slide 45, and the passing group total FRU award is 305.5 megawatts, and all of those but 2 have positive FRU prices. So that's inconsistent with this enabling other resources to be scheduled for FRU, because all the FRU is scheduled at places with 0 or positive prices. So that explanation doesn't fit the facts. So yeah,
yeah, unless everybody else is even more expensive than this, that would be the only other way you could get a
right.
Hi, this is
In
Guillermo.
the reference bus, the distributed load reference bus, we're using this to calculate the FRU price has to be in some constrained down area. And I don't understand how that's determined. That'd be good to understand more clearly how that distributed load reference bus is set, and confirm that these are the only units that were scheduled for FRU. And then, as you said, Jim, to know what the shadow price, this constraint here, was in the energy dispatch.
We can take that back, Scott, Jim, to give you more details of the overall solution. One item I would just throw at this point is that when you see the shadow price, that shadow price already telling you that we're in a very tight constraint situation. Regardless whether it's FRP, deployment scenario, or energy, when you are in the range of a few $1,000s, you know that you have very hard time to do congestion management. So I could foresee how this interplays between power balance and FRP, and what you may end up having here with a resource that is marginally effective to relieve the congestion, right? You see the shift factor of the resources is 3%. It's getting very close to the threshold that we have for accounting or not for those resources. And the way how we distribute the relaxation for FRP, I wouldn't be surprised that you end up in this corner scenario. But we are going to go back and give you more details to make sure that it's a holistic.
I appreciate that, because this doesn't look quite right. Where is this constraint, by the way? Does anybody know what this is?
Oh yeah, it's the Julian Hines in the Southern California area.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Sure. Okay, yeah, and just kind of doing my baby LMP logic here. So yeah, so getting 1 more megawatt from this location should be saving us $100 in procurement from someplace else. And yeah, and all of these other places are $20 or less. So there should be a lot of that we don't need or something.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to add up. There's something that's we're not understanding or not being explained or wrong.
We'll bring it back to you,
Yep.
Jim, so we can really move on, and we can give you the details as needed.
Okay, thank you, Kima.
Thanks, JK, for the question.
Yes, opened up a lot of a lot of discussion.
Hi, this is JK Wang from PG&E again. I guess the MSC just asked the questions I was going to ask a lot. So yeah, I think for the same point, the example does not explain why the passing group FRP will have a negative shadow price. I understand your explanation, Quinn, that when you say there's a shift factor and you have a positive congestion component to the FRP and make it a positive price, that part I could understand, but I don't understand why you will have a group level negative shadow price. And the only reason, and of course, at the group level, there won't be any trade-off between the energy because the coupling string only happens in the deployment scenario. So it is a single ABA level requirement for the FRP. Is the only reason that you could have a negative price at that level is because the reference price that you select. And another point that James made is that you have a very high congestion component price. And if we think about how the LMP is formed, and actually if you have multiple constraints being activated, that congestion price could be very high. And if you consider the actual energy price at the time, it means that forego that level at that one incremental megawatt FRP, you could get a similar or comparable level of energy price, which I don't believe that will be the case in February. So I think my question being asked by the MSC, and I really appreciate the opportunity for me to ask this again.
Okay, so we took this one case because we this is one of the extreme cases we saw with the extreme prices. That's why we picked this one. We said we'll take it back to provide more details how this constraint plays out in the energy scenario, how the requirements and FRU plays out in the situation. So we'll take it back. Okay, let's move forward. I think we have just a few minutes left. One more slide, please. Okay, so so the previous procurement constraints that we procurement results from the previous slides, we included all the BAs passing or failing after February into the metrics because we wanted to compare on a WEIM level how the procurement plays out before and after. Here is average requirement versus procurement in the passing group. So this is only including the passing BAs in the group. And we can see that on average, FRU requirement, that is the black dotted line, is mostly met by the procurement, that is the blue bar down there. So we procure, we meet these requirements at the group level while respecting the transmission constraints, the transfer constraints in the deployment scenarios. And in in some cases, requirements can be relaxed based on price when it is not economical to fulfill it. So later we will show the frequency of violations. Next slide, please. Okay, this is for FRD. Yeah, it should be for FRD. This is FRD requirement, average requirement versus procurement. And you can see again, on average, we're meeting the FRD requirement in the passing group, and most of the time resulting in zero prices. Next slide, please. Here's the frequency of the FRU procurement relaxation. So how frequent the constraint is being relaxed by hour, by month. We have some cases, not a whole lot of cases where violations show up or relaxations show up, and it's mostly concentrated for the peak hours. Next
Can
slide,
you
please.
explain the scale on the left side is the number
This
of
is the
intervals in
megawatts.
which it was
That
relaxed?
megawatts, yeah.
These are
Is
the
it
megawatts.
megawatts or intervals?
Megawatts.
Oh, megawatts.
So I
Okay.
have one dot per interval.
Okay. That's what was confusing me.
This is a scatter plot, yeah. And the y-axis shows the magnitude, how much of relaxation we saw from that one interval.
Mm-hmm.
Next slide, please. The same thing for the downside. This is FRD relaxation by hour, by month, and we don't see a whole lot of relaxations up until now. And you can see from the actual, from the dots, the actual violations per interval.
So I'm having trouble, okay, so there's a bit of an interesting dichotomy in the sense that this is all the passing group, and yet they're failing, in the sense that we're having to relax the constraint. And so I guess what's happening here is there's an evaluation that they pass, but then it turns out when you know, the moment to perform it comes around that there isn't enough, or is it is it the
remember
transmission
we have the demand
constraints
curve.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. I was going to say, remember we have the demand curves in play, right? So, requirements can be met.
Okay, so it's just the
sometimes we
prices
can relax them based on the price, right?
Okay.
Yeah, when it is not economical to fulfill it, the violation kicks in.
Right. So if the target is to procure it in an area where it's much more valuable for energy, we'll dispatch it for energy and not procure it. So we'll have a shortfall, and then we'll procure some in the lower areas. Some of these relaxations are pretty significant. So yeah, that's another thing to study is the prices in these relaxations and what was causing it, where it was procured.
Yeah, and I think Guillermo will have some examples from the July events, how this plays out. Yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, this is the last topic for this section, and we want to evaluate the effectiveness of FRP by assessing how FRP is utilized when uncertainty realizes. And here we did it for FRU, the upward direction, which is more interesting. So we estimate the utilization by taking the minimum of the FRU award and the realized uncertainty. The realized uncertainty, we're comparing the RTD binding versus FMM first advisory. That's how the requirement was defined in the first place. And utilization tells how much we are using in the RTD market when uncertainty realizes. And there are three main reasons for which FRU may not be utilized. The first big reason is economics. So economics is the one we talked about by price, right? Economics is when FRU award in FMM is not utilized because price is not high enough compared to resource bid price in RTD. So it's not economical to schedule more energy from this one resource, even though it still has capacity available. So economics is a price signal, and it doesn't mean it cannot be delivered. So this is an unutilized portion, but it's not related to deliverability that we are targeting for. And the second reason is congestion. This is where deliverability was targeting. So congestion is when resources is awarded FRU in FMM, but cannot be deployed in RTD due to congestion. As Guillermo talked about, a known limitation with the current implementation is that we don't have the full set of transmission constraints in the deployment scenarios. And also sometimes with the deployment scenarios already considered in FMM, in some cases, the congestion showing up in RTD market was not seen in the FMM markets when FRU was procured. So due to congestion in RTD, that capacity was not deliverable. That's congestion. And the third reason was resource constraints. So any resource limitation that may prevent the deployment scenario deployment or availability of FRU, say there's a derate or outage on the resource, maybe a MSC in transition, or there's extra energy limits hitting the limits, those will be the resource constraints. And we want to separate, distinguish the utilization versus deliverability. Here, when we talk about deliverability, we really wanted to talk about congestion and see if congestion is the reason for unutilized quantity. And the other two reasons are not the target for this design.
Right. So
Next slide,
hopefully,
please. Yeah.
hopefully when the resource constraints, except maybe for unexpected outages, there won't be many that are unavailable because of resource constraints, because those should be included in the dispatch model and prevent you from providing FRU or FRD if you really can't, right?
Yeah, there were some discussions we have. One example is the SOC management from storage resources. So that is a struggle we have currently, because if we award FRU on the storage resources, when in the real time the SOC is not available to support extra energy, even though the resource at that time has extra headroom on top of the energy schedule, the SOC may not be available, and we end up having a resource constraint prevent us to schedule more energy from that resource. So this type of discussions we're having.
Yeah, okay, because that can't be exactly predicted, and will never be exactly predicted.
Or even it can be exactly predicted, we're not even coming close.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's a separate discussion. Thanks.
Right.
Right. So this slide is an illustration what we should be expecting when we look at utilization metric. So to start with, the expectation is that if you see a low utilization, it doesn't mean that it's not this design is not working. It just means that FRP will not be utilized all the time, or is not expected to utilize all the time. It's only when the uncertainty realizes. So if the second bullet says if there's no realized uncertainty, FRU does not need to be utilized. And if uncertainty realizes, it could be lower than the requirement and procurement. So that's another scenario. Or if the uncertainty is in the downward direction, FRU will not need to be utilized from the expectation point of view. Also, if uncertainty realizes, prices may not be high enough in the RTD market to dispatch that resource or to schedule more energy from that resource, I would say. And the last point says there's nothing prevents FRU to be utilized for other reasons. So when there's no uncertainty realizes, we have this extra energy capacity regardless. So the system could be using this FRU for other system changes. So that's all the different considerations of utilization. Next slide, please. With that, here's one example, Horizon 20. We took this 1 hour as an example, just in the peak hours. This is passing group FRU utilization. The blue bar is the utilized megawatt from that day. So it's an hourly average for each day. The blue bar is utilized megawatt. And on top of the blue, the gray area, the gray bar is the unutilized energy from the FRU procurement. And the black dot is the uncertainty. the actual uncertainty, so at RTD binding versus FMM versus advisory, we look at utilization with the actual uncertainty. That is the expectation, how much actual uncertainty that actually showed up in the real time. And we will see cases from this chart where FRU peak utilization is greater than actual uncertainty. So if you see the black dot in the middle of the blue bar is where the FRU utilization is greater than actual uncertainty. That means FRU was used for some other system changes. So that is good case. Case 2, we may see some cases where actual uncertainty is in the downward direction. You see black dots are below zeros, and then the FRU is still utilized. Again, FRU is used for some other system changes. Nothing prevents us to use that. The third case is when FRU is utilized below the level of actual uncertainty or requirement. That is the those are the cases we'll want to look into more why it's not utilized. Then we look at the reasons. Maybe it's due to economics, maybe it's due to resource constraints or congestions, or different reasons. And the fourth case, cases where actual uncertainty is higher than FRU requirements. So we have some cases where the actual uncertainty goes above the requirement, which is expected, because we take the 95 percentile. We always will have some outliers in there.
Quinn, I have a question about the calculation of uncertainty. Is this aggregate for the entire passing group, that we look at all of the variations in wind and solar and load over the entire EIM, so it doesn't take account of different outcomes at different locations?
The actual, I don't have the exact formulation in my head. It's an aggregation from the passing group level.
Right.
And yeah, we have, if you look at the detailed equations, we have the distribution factors that contribute from different locations, and you sum up those to get the uncertainty. This is part of the uncertainty requirement calculation.
Is it the FMM wind and solar and load forecast and the RTD, total RTD wind and solar and load forecast, or is it the amount cleared in FMM?
It's from the forecast.
Okay. So, I mean, the forecast uncertainty could be affected by, you could have constrained down wind so that it looks like you don't have a problem, but in fact it's constrained down, so you do need the FRU. So that would be one reason you'd have negative dots here, but still dispatching the FRU is the constrained down wind is behind a constraint, and you need your FRU to meet the uncertainty in other regions.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Any other questions before we move forward? Okay, next slide, please. Right.
I was just saying there's no questions in queue.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so this slide shows the breakdown of the unutilized megawatt from the previous slide. The actual uncertainty is not in the picture here. The way we organize the graph, it's hard to compare the actual uncertainty versus the different reasons, just depending on how we stack them together. So the main reason for not utilizing FRU is economics. The large green bars you see, for most of the cases, we have economics is the main reason. And there is some portion of congestion, some portion of resource constraints down in the blue. But So the key takeaway here is that economics is the main reason.
So how do you determine that? Is that their offer price is above the price at their location? I mean, that could be a result of congestion. So how do you decide whether it's economics or congestion?
Right. So we go from that's actually a good question. This is an estimate to start with. We look at in RTD markets, we look at the congestion component and do a counterfactual calculation saying if without congestion, the resource will be in merit.
But that's relative to the distributed load reference bus. That's not relative to where we need the power.
We do this logic for each resource that has an FRU procurement to start with. So we did this on the resource level.
Right, but you're saying it's on that calculation is thoughtful, but it says whether it's uneconomic, you know, it tests whether it'd be economic absent congestion at the distributed load reference bus.
Well, isn't it congestion anywhere if you're just zeroing out the congestion component?
Sorry, I'm not getting this question.
Well, I assume you're this is sort of like the equivalent of a system lambda for FRU, where you're getting rid of any congestion component and you're looking at whether the offer price is above that, kind of excluding congestion price.
Yeah, so we're looking at each resource that had a FMM FRU award and was not fully utilized in RTD and try to see why that was the case. And we take the congestion component from RTD pricing and see if without this congestion component, if this resource will be in merit, or if bid price versus the SMAC plus losses will make this resource to schedule more energy from the RTD market, if that makes sense.
Right, but what you're doing is you're then comparing the offer price to the distributed load reference price minus losses. But that shows whether it's economics for meeting load at the distributed load reference bus price. But if the uncertainty is somewhere with a higher price, it still might have been constrained down. It just the different congestion. It's not constrained down relative to the distributed load reference bus. It's constrained down relative to where you had the problem. I admit this is hard. That's a reasonable first step, but the amount of economics makes me wonder if this is hiding something.
And I take that point, Scott and Jim, because we have run this challenge when we have tried to do other grouping of reasons, for instance, for renewable curtailment, right? We want to understand whether that is because of oversupply or congestion, and we run into the same complexity that at some point there will be cases where it is because of both. You have that just pure economics is going to keep that resource back, or congestion, or in other cases it could be both. So this is a first approximation to try to define these groups. Granted, in some cases it could be either of the two that could result in the resource not being utilized. And regarding the SMEC discussion, Scott, if we are still keeping the marginal losses, that would move it from the system-wide to the location specific, right? Because now it's not just the SMEC, it's including the location by...
That's what you said you were doing, right? Because I thought you said you were just setting the congestion component to 0. So that would mean that what would be remaining would be the reference price and losses. But maybe, are you setting losses to 0 too?
No, only the congestion component.
Right.
I mean, I'm trying to, it's maybe an element of just semantics of, you know, if the congestion is causing the price to rise high enough that you would draw upon the guy, whether you call that economics or congestion. But
At the end, it's a matter of classification rather than material effect, right? The material effect is the same, that the resource doesn't get dispatched. Is whether it's classified because of economics or congestion, which could be either of the three permutations possible.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is the last slide for me. Yeah, Guillermo can take over to the July events.
Yeah, Ben, I don't know how we are dealing with time here. I know we are losing people and we are past the time scale.
We're 15 minutes over time, but I don't know when we want to go.
I think it's probably a good time to wrap quickly here. Unless there's an attendee has a question. So why don't you go ahead and wrap, and let's see where we stand at that point.
Okay, well, let me very quickly go through what happened in July, and you may be already familiar with this, with the report that we posted, and we're going to discuss on Wednesday. Next slide, please. This is just a very specific case of the events of July 20 and 25th. And when you go through the event, the common theme is that there were many changes dynamically happening in the real time. Some of that was weather-based regarding load, wind, and solar. Many others were non-weather based. Import-export reductions and resources deviating, changes in configurations, curtailments of imports. Those that are still supply changes, which the FRP is not designed to cover, right? If the capacity is there, it can be utilized, but we are not designing the requirement and the procurement of FRP to account for these non-weather uncertainties. What you have here is in July 20, the realized uncertainty for weather-based conditions was about the amount of procurement that we had. In the July 25th, it was kind of more variable, but we were within the range of the procurement that we had. So in that sense, yes, we have procured FRP enough, generally speaking, to meet the uncertainty when it comes to the realization of weather-based uncertainty. Next slide,
Is
please.
this the passing group now that we're looking at, or is this CAISO?
This is the, let me think, because we have so many permutations.
Yeah.
I think this one is specific to the CAISO. Yes, this is CAISO specific.
Thanks.
Yeah, next slide, please. And this goes into the same method we described earlier, where the capacity was being procured. Actually, I step back, Jim. This was for the passing group, because now the classification of the procurement is by the different areas and by the different technologies. Capacity was mostly coming from the Pacific Northwest, and the technology that was supporting that was, generally speaking, hydro, either explicit hydro, that is water, or this generic non-typical resource, the GNRC. And I would like just to close this conversation, when you allow me. Can we go to the very last slide? And we still have, keep moving forward, please, to the very last one. Yeah. Obviously, we still have a lot of work to do to assess the performance of the FRP now that we're getting more and more closer to having the full set of constraints that is going to be the real test. The July events in specific raise some very good questions and concerns about the FRP. One of the conditions that we have is that, specific to the July 25th, we have very significant congestion on one constraint that is defined as a nomogram. By that time, we didn't have enforced the nomograms yet. So because of that, a large portion of the FRP procured for the 25th was stranded, was non-deliverable because it was behind the constraint. And the interesting part is that we took that case, we ran a counterfactual. What if we had the nomograms enforced? And interesting enough, yes, when we enforce the nomogram constraints, the only outcome change is that now we are relaxing the requirement by basically the amount of the capacity that was stranded. So the system really didn't have capacity available anywhere. And even if you enforce the constraint for congestion, you would still have to relax by 1,000 megawatts the requirement. So we would still be ending up in the same place that we have in the original condition of the July event. And the other very interesting dynamic that these events of July 25th and the 20th to some extent exhibit is that there are many other moving pieces in the system. The system is becoming quite complex, very dynamic, conditions changing rapidly, and some of those are not weather-based variations, changes, uncertainty. And in this case, it happens that we have the two coming together. We have realized uncertainty from weather-based conditions, load, wind, and solar, but also we have all these other variations from other type of supply and conditions. So putting the two together, we just didn't have enough ramp capacity to absorb all those changes. And this is just a very interesting note I want to leave the conversation with, because it really starts to push the thinking if we're missing a piece here in the market to address. We have spent a lot of effort and time to cover for the weather-based uncertainties. The July event shows that there is more than that, and they can happen at the same time, and that's a challenging condition to deal through the market that we currently have. That's all what we have.
It goes back to our discussion this morning about need for 30-minute reserves to cover, outages and so forth, so we don't go into an emergency.
Right. Well, thank you for the time and the opportunity to go over this material with you all.
Guillermo, one point to follow up, if you think back to the July events with the SP15 constraint, you'd have all those units in the north looking uneconomic relative to the potentially relative distributed load reference bus, but not uneconomic relative to the SP15 price, which was a lot higher. So that's where, you get into that metric may not be accurate when you've got congestion affecting, not everybody's at the distributed load bus, and our problem is where it's high priced.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Thank you for pointing that.
Okay, Guillermo and Quinn, I appreciate your time and the terrific effort that you made into preparing these slides. And I'd like to reiterate what Scott just said about point 3, and that the idea of a 30-minute reserve, which the Eastern ISOs use to prepare against non-weather-based events that affect things other than net load, is perhaps something that should be considered seriously. Let me just check to see, Jim and Scott, anything else you want to add at this point?
Not from Scott.
Not from me.
Okay. And I don't see anybody in the phone lines. So I think at this point, we will adjourn and thank everybody in the staff who put these presentations together. I learned a lot today. And also thank the many attendees. There are 50 of you still out there. Thank you very much for attending the meeting. Hopefully, in the not too distant future, we'll be doing this in person. Operator, I think at this point we can conclude the meeting. Thank you very much.